archaic, but we think about it in some kind of historical, very well be to think about the 1920s, which doesn't mean that we are preordained to have a crisis, by the way, like 1929. We have an extraordinary panel here to join me in conversation. Larry Fink is here from BlackRock. Of course, he oversees now $14 trillion, and I should also mention is the co-chair of this year's World Economic Forum, and you've done an extraordinary job. Interim. Ken Griffin is here. Ken Griffin is here. He's the founder and CEO of Citadel. He oversees $65 billion investment capital, and he has been at the forefront of finance over the last several decades, and has been one of really the most prescient about where the economy has been headed, and we're going to talk to him in just a moment as well. And then we have European historian Adam Tooze here. He's also the director of European Institute at Columbia University. He's the author of 5 books, including The Deluge, The Great War, America and the Remaking of the Global Order, 1916 to 1931. So that will capture some of the period we're talking about. And in just a moment, Christine Lagarde is going to be joining us, and we are looking forward to talking to her as well about this. But I'm going to start with Adam, if you could, to sort of help us set the table, to give us some historical context to this moment, because there are some remarkable parallels. We are going through a remarkable boom right now. Some of it's technology-related. There was a technology-related issue then. There were all sorts of monetary issues then. Tariffs, which came a little bit later, but you can start to see what that looks like.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I do want to express my thanks to Larry Fink for putting on this Davos the way he has. It's been quite an extraordinary experience, a real privilege to be here. And yeah, I want to take up exactly where you left off, Andrew, because I think you're right. I don't think we should be in the business of doing automatic repetition-type stories about history. I don't think that's how history works. Mark Twain's great line about history not repeating but rhyming is a useful one. And I do think there are various points in the 20s that are very pertinent to our current moment. One is the technological side. It really was a moment of a new era, especially in electrical technology, but also in mass production. So this is the era of Ford, quintessentially. This is when Fordism becomes a global phenomenon, and also a kind of social model. It's a high-wage, high-effort, high-consumption bargain, which stabilizes, in the best case, high levels of consumption and the growth model of the 20th century. But I think more ominously, and I've really got Mark Carney's speech from yesterday, a really astonishing speech in my mind, is that one of the things we prefer to forget about the 20s is that it is, to most contemporaries, the first moment of unipolarity. This is the moment they think liberal power is triumphant. Why? Because the liberal powers won World War I. The 20s follow World War I, an epic revolutionary war, the first total war. And the powers that prevail are the powers that, in a sense, for a while still held the ring, and the end of whose hegemony Mark Carney was talking about yesterday afternoon. In other words, the British Empire, the French Empire, and the United States. 2 republics, the liberal empire par excellence, and Russia was their only ally, and it succumbs to revolution in 1917 and becomes a more radical power. And the basis for their power was money. It was finance. It was the dollar's hegemony in the 1920s that was supposed to anchor this world that was otherwise really fragile. So for me, the haunting evocation of the 20s is this was I mean collectively, people like us's first effort at stabilizing the world, and we failed at the politics, famously, at Versailles and in the League of Nations. We thought that a good substitute would be technology and finance, and for a while in the 1920s, that formula looked like it would work, because in the end, the gold standard system became an increasingly dollar-centered system, and the hubris and the failure of imagination and the failure of politics never provided the underpinnings for that structure. That was not a moment I expected to have in my life, to be speaking about the 1920s and have Madame Lagarde appear on stage.
Little hubris.
But the discrepancy between the power of economics, the power of production, and the reliance on money, and notably the dollar, and the failure in that context to build deep political connections, for me, is really what the 20s stand for. And that is why, for me, it's so resonant in the current moment, because the crucial power here is the United States. The crucial power in the 20s was the United States. Those new technologies were American. The money that mattered was American. And it's America that essentially for domestic political reasons, defaults on its hegemonic obligations.
Madame Lagarde, I want to welcome you. Thank you for joining us. We're very happy to have you. And I would actually go to you if I could, just for a moment.
Wait, just now.
Just now. But I'll tell you why. Because you gave a speech back in the fall of 2024. And you said that you believed, actually, that there was a parallel taking place between the AI bubble in the 2020s and 1920s and 2020s. And you said, today, like back then, we are seeing setbacks in global trade integration at the same time as strides forward in technological progress. And we were trying to sort of put this moment in a historical context. And so I was hoping you could elaborate and explain what you meant by that.
Very happy to. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm sorry I'm late, but initially it was scheduled at 9, and I had something really committed at 8:15, and I had to run from wherever I was. So, I trust that Adam went through the political similarities, divergences, and I don't want to venture there. What I meant in my speech, which was back in 24, so things have changed since that, and they have not changed for the better. What I meant to compare is the technological breakthrough that took place in the 1920s. Whether you look at the size and scope of the electrical grid, whether you look at the combustion engine and its developments, whether you look at the assembly lines that were developing, those were technological breakthrough that took place in those years and decades. At the same time, you also had a stock market that was doing very well. And what we observed in the 20s, and maybe Adam, you went through that, is a significant change in the global trade. I wouldn't call it a collapse, but it went from 21% of GDP, roughly, down to 14% in a matter of a few years. So what we're looking at now is galloping digitalization of our economies, with a particular focus on artificial intelligence. We're seeing stock markets that are doing extremely well, particularly, well, not only in advanced economies, but also in emerging market economies. And we are seeing a fragmentation of geopolitics, more on that and to be continued, which is accompanied by an increase of the tariff, of the import and export restrictions, in almost all categories of products. So, and this is unprecedented as long as WTO observes those restrictions. We're not seeing yet the collapse of trade in the numbers that I have mentioned. No. Not yet. It's still holding. It's declining a bit, but it's still holding. Question is that going to hold? But the key point that I would like to make, if you give me a little more time, is that the big difference between the 20s and now, in a way, which makes the current situation more unpredictable and probably more icy. I just came back from this cold out there, so icy is a good word for that. Is the fact that those breakthrough of the 1920s could diffuse, to use a colloquial language, could diffuse within boundaries, within national territories. You did not necessarily need, in those days, the scale, the network effects that you need now. Now, if you ask the big Gs in digitalization and the big spenders in artificial intelligence, and just for memory, to develop a frontier model today requires about $1 billion. If you ask them what they need, they will say access to data as large as possible. They will say scale in order to really amortize the investment cost of the development of models. Now, that would be significantly jeopardized if we have limited access to data because of different privacy laws around the world, and more protectionist barriers that would prevent the scaling of these investments. Now, I might be having an overly negative and pessimistic view of what we are seeing at the moment, but I think that's a real threat. And the development of AI, the gain of productivity that we hope for, is difficult to reconcile with fragmentation in terms of standards, licensing access. And I would contend that this can only be remedied by a degree of cooperation that is going to be a factor of willingness of people to accept and tolerate different paradigms, different cultural preferences, and different views of the world. It's difficult.
Larry,
Yeah,
speak to that, if you could, because I can tell you're thinking about it.
Well, I spent a lot of time on it, and I think what Christine said is the foundation of a major issue. But I would turn the lens a little bit. I think for the Western economies, if we don't cooperate, if we don't scale, China wins. There's enough population there. Privacy laws are obviously quite different there, and so the data that they can accumulate, which is giving them a dramatic advantage. And I think that's going to be one of the big overwhelming things. When people ask me, are we in an AI bubble? I said, I think there are going to be some big failures, but I don't think we're in a bubble. But that being said, I would much rather say that we need to spend more money to make sure that we're competing properly against China. And so to me, all the issues that Christine has raised, they're there, they're obvious, they're things that we need to be addressing. Right now, we're at this point now where everybody believes there's going to be a massive J curve of demand for that information from AI. The key to that is making sure that the demand only comes if technology is diffused for more applications, more utilizations. If technology is just the domain of the 6 hyperscalers, we will fail. And so to me, it is, and we don't have enough information yet, the key, how fast we diffuse it, how quickly is it adapted and adopted, to me are going to be the 2 key characteristics. The parallels for me for 1929 and evolving into 2029, to me the big 2 factors that are, to me, the limiting factors are going to be, can we grow our economies fast enough to overcome our deficits? That's going to be one big issue, especially with the rising deficits of the U.S. And the 2, the capabilities of the capital markets to continue to fund these investments, to make the Western economies having the capabilities to have that J curve in the adoption of technology.
Let me ask you, and let me go to Ken on this, and it's reflective, though, of something actually Larry's talked about over the past couple of years. Larry wrote a letter called The Democratization of Finance. That was a phrase used in the 1920s. There was a real effort to democratize finance, to raise funds from the public. There was a huge amount of debt that helped finance the decade. And I wonder how you think about this moment and sort of when you think about the systemic risk of this moment, the concentration of AI, the debt that's financing some of it. I know some of the hyperscalers obviously enormously powerful and have extraordinary funds, but there is also a lot of debt behind all of this that's sloshing around.
So, first of all, it's a pleasure to be on the gloom and doom panel.
Yeah,
We're not
doom. You know that.
1920s were an extraordinary period. As I said at the beginning, it's not preordained.
I just love the end note of the 1920s, which was, of course, the Great Depression, Andrew. So let's take a step back and talk about where we are right here, right now. The area of recklessness is the spending of governments around the world, who are all, with little exception, all spending well beyond their means. That's the recklessness of this moment in history. This is not a parallel to the 1920s in terms of the recklessness of the private capital markets. It's a story of the recklessness of government spending. Within the private sector, there's a huge question as to where AI will take us. And I was carefully taking notes and listening to what Larry has to say, or to what Madame Lagarde has to say, because this is one of the big issues of our moment. Will AI create the productivity acceleration that is honestly hoped for in Washington, and in the halls of government around the world as a way to overcome the profligate spending that we're currently engaged in. Like the world needs a savior. And the hope is that AI is the savior that we need for productivity. And the challenge with this is it may or may not be. We just don't know yet. Now, there's a tremendous amount of hype around AI. And in some sense, the large AI companies need to create that hype to raise the tens or actually hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that are going into the field. Like, you wouldn't be able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll spend, and Larry can probably correct me on this, but roughly $600 billion this year in CapEx for data centers in the United States.
I think it to be larger.
But does that mean that it's getting hyped up too much, or it's just the hype is required as a sales mechanism?
Go ahead.
First of all, so much of the data centers are being built for cloud.
Right.
And the big issue is going to be in terms of monetization of the spend. The data centers that are being built for AI requires more advanced chips. The question is, what is the lifetime of that chip? If we have new technological changes in the lifetime of the chip in 1 year, then that spend is going to be really a bad spend. If the lifetime, as they expect it to be, is 4 or 5 years, and then those chips can be used for cloud, then I think these investments are going to prove to be good investments. So I think it's going to be, if the speed of technology changes and all these investments now, it's going to be challenged. But I agree with Ken. I think we don't know enough, but I'm personally very optimistic on how AI is going to affect the world economy.
Madam Lagarde, can I ask you a question to take on the issue that I think Ken raised, just about the amount of debt in the system today? Not talking about corporate debt, but sovereign debt. And the reason I ask is, back in the 1920s, at least in the United States, there was a budget surplus. I believe there was actually a budget surplus in a lot of other countries as well, not everywhere, of course. But today, in the US, there's $38 trillion of debt. And the playbook that we all learned, actually, in the aftermath of 1929 is, what do you do when there's a crisis to stem it? You throw money at the problem. Ben Bernanke learned this and effectuated in 2008. We did it again during the pandemic. And the thing that I've always thought about is, the next time there is a panic of some sort, and there will be a pullback of some sort, whether the politicians say, well, we now have the playbook. We know what we're supposed to do. And we're going to write a check for $5 trillion because that's what we're supposed to do. Except that we keep wondering, is there some kind of invisible line in the bond market around the world that turns into a red line where the investor class says, we're not doing it anymore. And then by the way, you get into sort of an austerity, vicious cycle.
Two things. I'm not going to address your question right away because I want to come back to a point that was made by both Larry and Ken, I think. And I'm not denying that investment in artificial intelligence can be extremely net positive and will deliver productivity gains, the amount of which is questionable. And you have a spectrum that is quite large as to how much it will deliver. But I think that, to come back to my minimum cooperation needed for that, we also have to consider that it's capital intensive, energy intensive, and data intensive. And we have to be mindful of the three. In terms of energy intensity, what kind of energy is being used to manage data will matter. What the consequences will be on the people will matter as well. So I think that in this cooperation approach that we have, which will have to take care of data privacy, for instance, and preferences in different corners of the world, we also need to be mindful of the energy consumption and what kind of energy it is and what impact it has on climate. And number two, we have to be mindful of the consequences for people. Because unless we move in this dream world of Keynes, where working is a choice in a way, which I don't see on the medium-term horizon, we have to understand what consequences it has on people, unless we want to risk a dislocation of society. Now, I come back to your point. Yes, debt has increased massively and is increasing in some corners more than others. I think the real question is, what is done with that financing that the sovereigns are accumulating? not all debts are the same. Debt that is invested in necessary, productive projects or necessary for security purposes will always find people to finance it. That's my assumption. Debts that are not for productive purposes, that are not going to sustain growth on a sustainable basis, that will be far more difficult. So I'm not going to tell you that there is a red line. I'm not going to tell you that central banks will always be around either. But I think that the nature of the purpose for which debt is subscribed will matter more than the actual volume.
Speak to what you did. You just said something very intriguing.
No, I'm not going to speak more to it.
No to the idea that central banks might not always be around. What did you mean by that?
Look, I went through my lot of crises, as many of you have as well. And I remember the days when it was mentioned that, central bankers are the only game in town. This is not the right approach to a balanced and durable equilibrium. Measures have to be taken by fiscal authorities. Reforms have to be undertaken. The purpose for which spending is organized has to be thought through, and the consequences on people if we want society to stay together.
So just, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but are you basically saying that in our legislative branches around the world, we have abdicated responsibility of being fiscally prudent and thoughtful as to how we use society's resources, and have become overly reliant upon central banks to continue to try to keep the economy going in the right direction against this onslaught of reckless spending?
I'm not suggesting it's the case now, but we have observed it in the past.
I mean, the historic irony is that when people talked about central banks being the only game in town in the 2010s, what they were actually urging is more active fiscal policy. Right? Because the problem was that we had a low-inflation environment, a stagnant growth, including notable figures at BlackRock were arguing for a more assertive fiscal policy because there was a deep imbalance between the two levers of macroeconomic policy, which was also a lesson of the 1920s. And right now, what you're arguing for, I take it, is a more just abstract proposition that it is crucial to have, as Ken's suggesting, responsibility in every arm of government.
Yep.
And that responsibility pertains not just to the macro aggregates, I'm hearing you say, but to the specific type of spending. Your distinction between the productive and the unproductive is not just for economic purposes, but also for the question of political legitimacy and social coherence, the crucial thing. Because the social bargain in Europe and in the United States, but really in Europe, is deeply stressed, I think, by the perception that modern welfare states are unproductive, and a huge number of really vicious distributional struggles which are reawakening another 1920s ghost, which is the ghost of fascism. Right? The sort of political parties which certain visitors to the conference would quite like us to give more platform to, who are direct heirs to that kind of tradition, they are mobilizing in Europe right now around the delegitimization of public spending, which axes on this productive, unproductive, national, international, migrant, ethnic, national. And so that's why these politics are explosive.
But Adam, in 2010, the mantra was too big to fail, which Andrew wrote about. But because of that mantra, too big to fail, there was a societal view, do not bail out. So there was not much fiscal stimulus as much as necessary. But I would say the learning lesson from that was 2020, where you could argue we used huge amounts of fiscal stimulus, probably too much, looking backwards. So I actually believe, we're all evolving in which lever to pull. And so I think Europe, especially after 2008 and 9, probably did not use enough fiscal stimulus. But in the 2020s, because of COVID, we probably used way too much fiscal stimulus. So
it also depends on what structures you have, again, because the Europeans they essentially have part-time working systems which keep people in employment, whereas America, with surging unemployment in 2020 and no national unemployment insurance system that actually works, has to rely on this sugar-high, trillion-dollar, check in the mail, emergency bailout of American society, and it's easy to overdo that. I mean, in my view, it's one of the great macroeconomic success stories of recent times. It has You're absolutely right. The learning here since the 1920s is surely one of the dramatic. We have not had another 1929. That is a crucial point.
I have a different question from Madame Lagarde, and it's actually about the connection between the independence of central bankers relative to the political class. And the reason I ask it is not just because of this particular moment.
No?
Just happens to be Wednesday, huh?
But this gets to an interesting parallel. It gets an interesting parallel. If you go back and look at what happened actually in the 1920s and 1929 in particular, and I read through some of the diaries of the Federal Reserve board members in the United States during this period. They were so worried about the politics of the moment. They were so cognizant of the politics. It wasn't, by the way, then that the president, in that case President Hoover, was telling them what to do exactly. It was that they were worried that the central bank unto itself which was considered an experiment still.
It was still new, yeah.
Would be disbanded. You talked about whether central bankers will be here. They weren't sure whether they were going to tip the balance and that Congress was going to say, enough with you. And so I wonder, and there are lots of times also during some of these crises where the central bankers have to work hand in hand with the Treasury departments and presidents. So here we are in this moment. You publicly came out recently, and signed a letter around what's happening in the United States and our Federal Reserve. But how you think about that?
First of all, I would distinguish between tribute to your work, because you really went into great details about how they thought in those days and what their fear was. But I would distinguish today between working hand in hand, which in a way we did during COVID, let's face it, and fiscal dependence. So while working hand in hand in particular circumstances, as exceptional as they were, I think was completely legitimate. Whether there was more, too much, I think it's a good debate to have, and what form it took is also an interesting one, because between the shock absorber on one side of the Atlantic and the fiscal spending straight to the consumer, I think the jury is out as to what was the most efficient. But fiscal dependency is another matter, which I would strongly argue against. For me, the great champion and hero of breaking the back of this dependency of central bankers was Volcker, who took the risk, major one, to really affect the economy, jeopardize the economy, to make sure that price stability would be delivered. And I think the standing he had with President Nixon at the time, in order to demonstrate the independence of the central bank to restore price stability, is something that we should, keep in the back of our mind. I'm not going to comment on what's happening just right now, including today, actually. Suffice to say that with a couple of other colleagues, we did take the initiative to argue in favor of central bank independence in the context of what happened about a week ago.
One of the really fascinating things is that the very idea of central bank independence is a product of the 1920s. And it's a product of the 1920s because most central banks, unlike the Fed, are old institutions. It's like the Bank of England, the Banque de France. And what they have to tackle in the early 20th century is the emergence of modern democracy. Modern democracy being multi-party, populist, social democrats, right-wingers. And it's in that context, the Fed, in a sense, born into the crisis. One of the reasons America doesn't have a central bank earlier is it is a democracy. And capitalist democracies are contentious, and money is contentious in capitalist democracies, and central banks are incredibly contentious, and America doesn't get there until the compromise of 1913 under Wilson. Whereas the others, the British, the French, the Germans, of course, have to actually figure out what it means to do market-centered, finance-centered, banking in an actual live social democracy. And it's out of that this notion, from the very beginning, it was always agonistic to populist democracy. From the 1920s onwards, like the phrase is Montague Norman's phrase, knave-proof, right? You want to make the central bank knave-proof, which has a certain resonance in the current moment, right? You need to make the central bank institutions proof against those kind of pressures. And it's been, I think, one of the productive sites for thinking about the relationship between expertise, politics, and the pressures of the market ever since. Volcker, one might have different views about, but he certainly, I would entirely agree with you, set the paradigm of the modern independent central banker, whether one likes the paradigm or not, but it's clearly the definitional moment under Carter into Reagan, withstanding the pressures of the Reagan presidency, amongst other things.
But but just to put things in context, the modern central bank represents the reality that we are not on the gold standard that we were on
Fiat money.
True.
Yeah.
back 150 years ago. And I'm not advocating we should be on a gold standard. It's just a very different world. And then the second salient difference between today and going back 100 and some years ago is that debt is ubiquitous.
Yeah.
And in a market economy where debt is ubiquitous, deflation is terrifying.
Well, this is the reality after World War I in the 20s, though. Debt is ubiquitous. Debt to GDP levels in Europe are higher than they'd ever been before after World War I, and no one's on the gold standard after World War I. So, in fact, they have to manage democracy, deal with 140, 150% of GDP debt, and figure out how you're going to do central banking. And amazingly, they opt for the gold standard. So it isn't then Britain, France, Germany, none of them are on the gold standard. Italy, in 1919, when the 20s begin, they all have to get back there by convergence with the US. This becomes the great clash between Keynes and Winston Churchill in the 1920s is, what price are we going to pay? This is the cross of gold moment. In America, it's William Jennings Bryan. In Europe, it's in the 1920s. What price are we going to pay for restabilizing? This is what made it feel like the bad Eurozone of the 2010s.
Right, but it's also a big difference between then and now.
Absolutely.
Because
The
those
fiat
monetary
money-
policies were totally rigid as a result, whereas we have much more flexibility and many more tools to be used.
And thank God for that.
And a tremendous number of success stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Europe when it comes to price stability, I don't want to jinx you, but it looks really good right now.
Thank you.
Larry,
That's some good news.
Larry, I think you wanted to take the conversation to a different place.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to today and the things that we need to be mindful of. And I think that's the foundation of how we thought about 2026 World Economic Forum in Davos. And that is how technology is going to be reshaping so many parts of society, whether we get the data right or not. And what I see from the lens of BlackRock, we're seeing more and more industries just have K economies. You have a huge hyper winner and many losers. And the winners in almost every industry are the scale operators who have the opportunity, the internal cash flow, the earnings power to quickly use AI more readily. In the name of like Walmart, they have such fantastic knowledge of inventory control that is beyond almost any other retailer. They understand consumer preferences immediately when a consumer buys something, when thing is taken off the shelf. They can navigate one store versus another store. And you're seeing that in their results. You're seeing them having almost quarter after quarter achieving higher returns in a period of time when a lot of retailers are really struggling. We had a bankruptcy of Saks and all that. And I see that in every industry. And we're probably going to see that maybe in every country, that the scale operators right now are winning. And that does not translate into a broadening of the world's economic economy. And in many ways, it may be narrowing. And to me, it's getting back to what Christine was talking about. How quickly can we see the adaptation and the democratization of AI and technology, to me, is going to be the real pivotal point. Can AI be inexpensive enough and ubiquitous enough that it can be spread across small businesses, medium-sized business, and they can grow and have the same advantages of the scale operator. But in this period of time, though, the scale operator is winning. I mean, I see that in the asset management industry. The scale operator is having better connection because of utilization of more technology. And I think that's just at the beginning stages. And it's going to represent some huge social issues.
Can I just pivot for a moment and just throw one other big issue that happened, not actually in the 1920s, but technically in 1930, that I think is very much on everybody's mind here, talking about parallels, which is that in 1930, President Hoover, who had gone around so desperate to get votes to win the election in 1928, to get votes from farmers, that he pledged to them that he was going to implement tariffs. And 1930 comes around, We already had the crash of 1929. Every economist and banker went down to Washington on their knees and said, please don't do this. I beg you, do not implement these tariffs. And of course, because he had made this pledge to capture these votes, he said he needed to go forward with it. And then, of course, a year later, trade had fallen by 60%. I'm curious how you think about that in the context of where we are now. I imagine the president may even speak about tariffs later today. And also not just what happened in that moment when trade dropped by 60%, but how long it took for some of those tariffs effectively, and because of the politics, to effectively get unwound and moved us into a more global order that may be getting undone in this particular moment. Who wants to take that on?
I mean, I hear Larry's steer to not say much more about history. So I'm going to pivot to the present and say the big difference is this issue with fiat currency. Because what really drove the collapse of global trade in the early 30s is the combination of tariffs with currency disorder, the collapse of the gold standard in 31, and then the introduction of massive amounts of quotas. And we are a very long way away from that kind of world in the current moment. So bad as these are, these looks much more like classic trade war kind of tariffs. It's not great, especially given the volatility of the tariff regime in the moment. That's what really makes it odd historically, is that we just literally don't know from week to week what the American tariff will be. But that, I think, is a kind of relatively calming. This is one of the axes I don't see any cause for panic over.
Do you see, though, I'll go to Madame Lagarde, do you see these tariffs as a permanent state? If we're all sitting together 20 years from now, would the tariffs that we're all living through today still be in place to some degree, and that splintering of what our globe looks like and the kind of conversations we have be?
I certainly hope not. But let's see in 20 years' time. You might be here, I might not. But, again, I think what matters is to sort of go under the skin of those tariffs and see who is bearing the brunt of it. And we might be surprised. I haven't seen many studies, but there is certainly a study by the Kiel Institute in Germany that identifies the US consumer and the US importer as the key carrier of the burden of tariff. If I look at the US-Europe relationship at the moment, from 2% tariffs back a year ago, we are now at 12-point-something tariffs, average across the euro area. With the threat that is looming around, we would move up to 15% on average with heterogeneity. If 96% of that is on the US consumer and the US importer, I don't think that's a very good outcome. Particularly in terms of inflation. So I think we need to really go into what are the consequences, what is the spillover impact, what is the inflation outcome as a result, and how is growth affected by that?
Ken, you've been doing the math on that. What do you think?
So, obviously, I've spoken out on this topic over the course of the last year and change, and regretfully, I think some of the concerns that I've highlighted have played out. Tariffs have been regressive on the American consumer. And we've seen the administration roll back tariffs on goods that directly touch the American consumer. Not all goods, but many goods they've rolled back tariffs on. Number two is who pays for the tariff, right? With any tax, and a tariff is a tax, there's always a question, who pays the tax? And in this case, it does appear there's been 2 or 3 studies that have been done that the incidence of this tax is falling on the American consumer and the American corporation, and not on foreign companies. And then, of course, cronyism is a constant fear with tariffs, that you create an environment where the company most connected to Washington is the company that curries favor. And that puts small and medium enterprises at a real disadvantage. And I'm going to touch on a point here to go back to your commentary about the rise of these very large, successful businesses. Most of them started as small enterprises in our lifetime.
Right.
The person to my right runs the world's largest asset manager. He started the world's largest asset manager and created that business in a fraction of a lifetime. It's a tremendous success story. It's the story of the vitality of the US economy, that small and medium enterprises in just a few decades can rise to become global leaders. In fact, if we look at the AI firms of today, everyone was talking about Anthropic and OpenAI. Anthropic didn't exist a few years ago. OpenAI didn't exist 15 years ago. NVIDIA was a company that made video game processors. The three largest mindshare names in AI are all effectively less than roughly 10 years old. And it's that vitality that draws capital to the United States that does fuel the economic prosperity of America. And we need to continue to protect the opportunity sets for our small and medium enterprises, because you never know which one will be the next BlackRock, the next Anthropic, Apple, and so on.
Larry, I have a technology question for you. One of the reasons we actually did have a crisis in 1929 was the technology, the New York Stock Exchange, couldn't keep up with the trading volume, in truth. I mean, the reason why you see those famous pictures in black and white of people standing, thousands of people standing outside the New York Stock Exchange during October 1929.
Process.
They were standing out there because they were trying to find out what was happening to their money. They didn't know because the processing was so behind. Today, we can get this information on our phone and down to the millisecond. It's almost perfected. At the same time, however, talk about the idea that rumors can spread and spread quickly. In the old days, it took a long time for sort of a bad rumor to spread, and then it took a long time as well, by the way, from the efficiency of it, to correct that rumor. But today, and we saw this with Silicon Valley Bank in the United States, for example, the second that somebody says and goes public and says, I'm taking my account from this bank, everybody can go rush for the exits because they can see all of this in a completely different way. And so while the technology is remarkable in one way, I wonder what you think the risks are the other way.
So I would argue that through transparency, there is actually less risk. I think Silicon Valley was a poorly regulated bank. I mean, actually, BlackRock was asked to do a study on their asset and liability mix. And we determined 2 years before it failed that it was the most mismatched bank in the United States at that time. So I would argue that was a failure of regulation, not a transmission of information. I truly believe, as you talk about other things, I mean, the transmission of information is processed. Yes, we have daily volatility that can be quite extreme at any one given time. But one of the things that we all forget, in 2025, if you pick the first date of each quarter, the 10-year Treasury moved 3 basis points. That's all it did. Each point, January 1st, April 1st and on, the 10-year Treasury moved 3 basis points across, yes, but in between those quarters, there was huge volatility. But that's the efficiency of the market. That is the beauty of what Citadel has created, that the fast movement of money equalizes and we determine in a very rapid period of time what is fair value. And I think that is a magnificence of the capital markets. That transparency is I would say the engine of market movement. And Ken should be answering this question because he's one of the geniuses around the architecture of this. But I would say, getting back to technology for a second, I think the movement towards tokenization, decimalization is necessary. It's ironic that we see 2 emerging countries leading the world in in the tokenization and digitization of their currency. That's Brazil and India. I think we need to move very rapidly to doing that. We would be reducing fees. We would do more democratization by reducing more fees if we had all investments on a tokenized platform that you could move from a tokenized money market fund to equities and bonds and back and forth. We have one common blockchain. We can reduce corruption. So I would argue that yes, we have more dependencies on maybe one blockchain, which we could all talk about. But that being said, the activities are probably processed and more secure than ever before.
We're going to go over time. Ken, real quick, when you think about the technology piece of this right now, I assume you think it's a lot better for society than worse. but I do wonder whether you think the technology piece of this represents a risk that we should even think about.
The technology of our financial markets or technology writ large?
Technologically writ large, I mean, the financial markets, I think, are a lot safer because of
Look, there's a simple, everyone talks about how difficult this moment in history is. Okay. You can live your life you have today or be born as the King of England 200 years ago. Which life would you rather have?
What comes next?
Depends on whether you...
Final word.
Adam,
Final word to Madame Lagarde. We're out of time.
that one's you or not?
In history, what year do you think we really are in? What is the closest analog?
I'm reminded of a quote by Hamilton to King George. What comes next? I think that's what we all wonder. What comes next? But I think we bear all responsibility for what comes next. And my minimal cooperation is the plea that I would put on the table right away.
Madame Lagarde, Adam, Ken, Larry, thank you for the conversation. Appreciate it very, very much.
Very much.
Mr. President, dear friends, it's really a great honor to welcome you back to our annual meeting, Mr. President, at a defining moment for the global community. It's 10 years since you were here last time, and as we just spoke about in the speaker's room, a lot has changed in a decade. Mr. President, under your leadership, Egypt has remained an anchor of peace and security in a deeply turbulent region. Egypt has played a critical role in supporting efforts towards the ceasefire in Gaza, including through the Sharm el-Sheikh peace declaration, and has consistently advocated dialogue and political solutions for the whole Africa. At the same time, Egypt is consolidating its position as a globally relevant economic and investment hub. With a population exceeding 110 million and a strategic location linking Europe, Asia and Africa, Egypt occupies really a unique place in the global economy. It also, of course, because of its heritage represents a unique place in the world. Your ambitious reform agenda, Mr. President, centered on private sector-led growth and the objective of achieving its highest contribution to the GDP by 2030 sends a strong signal to investors and partners alike. This agenda, underpinned by a positive growth outlook that outperforms many regional peers, is also a testimony to the reforms undertaken. In support of this, we are particularly at the World Economic Forum pleased to also then announce, in collaboration with His Excellency, that we will convene under your patronage a business-focused country strategy meeting in Egypt in the autumn of 2026. So we do expect to see all of you in Cairo in the fall. Mr. President, your participation today reflects Egypt's dual role as a guarantor of regional stability and rising economic force. We're very much looking forward to your speech and for a dialogue. Mr. President, welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد بورغ براندي الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي للمنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسعدني في مستهل كلمتي أن أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى السيد بورغ براندي على دعوته الكريمة للمشاركة في الاجتماع السنوي للمنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي. ذلك المحفل البارز الذي يتيح لنا فرصة ثمينة لمناقشة القضايا الدولية والتحديات الراهنة في سبيل تحقيق هدفنا المشترك المتمثل في بناء مستقبل أكثر ازدهارا وعدالة للجميع. إن عالمنا اليوم يواجه تحديات جسيمة أمام مسيرات التنمية، ويشهد تحولات عميقة في أنماط التعاون الدولي إلى جانب تصاعد دور الأدوات المبتكرة القائمة على التقدم التكنولوجي والتحول الرقمي وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. هو ما يفرض علينا جميعا ضرورة تضافر الجهود وتعزيز التعاون والعمل المشترك بما يمكننا من مواكبة هذه التحولات واستثمار فرصها على نحو يحقق الخير والمنفعة لشعوبنا كافة. وإيمانا منا بأهمية التعاون، تواصل مصر العمل على بناء شراكات إقليمية ودولية راسخة تستهدف تحقيق المنفعة المشتركة وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة. كما تمضي في تهيئة مناخ أعمال جاذب للقطاع الخاص باعتباره شريكا أساسيا في مسيرة التنمية والتقدم والازدهار. غير أن هذه الجهود تواجه تحديات غير مسبوقة على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي في ظل تصاعد الصراعات الجيوسياسية وتجاوز بعض الأطراف لأسس الشرعية الدولية، الأمر الذي يقوض المساعي الرامية إلى تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي ويضعف الجهود المبذولة لحفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين ويحد من فرص العمل المشترك بين الدول. ولذلك تؤكد مصر أن السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق السلام والاستقرار والتنمية بصفة مستدامة يتطلب ما يلي: أولا، التمسك بالحوار والتعاون الدولي وإعلاء مبادئ الاحترام المتبادل والتعايش السلمي واحترام القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة. ثانيا، الالتزام بتسوية النزاعات بالطرق السلمية وتجنب التصعيد وتهيئة المناخ للتوصل لحلول مستدامة لمختلف الأزمات. ثالثا، السعي لتعزيز التكامل والاندماج بين الدول ومنح أولوية للقضاء على الفقر والجوع وتحقيق الرخاء المشترك لكافة شعوب العالم. رابعا، تعزيز دور مؤسسات الأعمال الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية وتمكين القطاع الخاص من القيام بدور محوري في جهود تحقيق التنمية الشاملة. السيدات والسادة، لا تزال القضية الفلسطينية تتصدر أولويات الاهتمام في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، إذ تمثل جوهر الاستقرار الإقليمي وركيزة أساسية لتحقيق السلام العادل والشامل. وفي هذا السياق أود أن أعرب عن تقديري لجهود الرئيس دونالد ترامب والتزامه بوقف الحرب في قطاع غزة وما بذله من مساع لتخفيف المعاناة الإنسانية التي أثقلت كاهل الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق على مدار أكثر من عامين. وقد جاء انعقاد قمة شرم الشيخ للسلام في 13 أكتوبر 2025 تتويجا لجهود مصر بالتنسيق مع شركائها من أجل وقف إطلاق النار وترسيخ دعائم السلام وفتح آفاق جديدة تحمل الأمل في تحقيق الاستقرار الإقليمي وإطلاق مسار سياسي جاد لتسوية القضية الفلسطينية على نحو عادل وشامل يضمن الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني ويعزز فرص الأمن والتنمية في المنطقة بأسرها. ومن هذا المنطلق أؤكد على ضرورة البناء على مكتسبات قمة شرم الشيخ وتثبيت وقف إطلاق النار وضمان تدفق المساعدات الإنسانية إلى قطاع غزة دون قيود، مع الإسراع في إطلاق عملية التعافي المبكر وإعادة الإعمار في مختلف مناطق القطاع. كما أرحب بإعلان الولايات المتحدة بدء المرحلة الثانية من اتفاق وقف الحرب باعتباره خطوة محورية على طريق تنفيذ خطة السلام وخفض التصعيد في المنطقة، بما يعزز فرص الاستقرار ويفتح آفاق جديدة للتعاون الدولي. وأود أن أجدد التأكيد على أن مصر انطلاقا من دورها التاريخي الراسخ في دعم القضية الفلسطينية لن تدخر جهدا في مواصلة الانخراط مع جميع الأطراف المعنية سعيا إلى إيجاد حل عادل وشامل ودائم لهذه القضية يقوم على أساس حل الدولتين وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ويكفل إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على خطوط 4 يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. السادة الحضور، على الرغم من تعدد الأزمات الإقليمية والدولية استطاعت مصر أن تواصل تنفيذ برنامجها الطموح للإصلاح الاقتصادي من خلال حزمة متكاملة من الإجراءات التي استهدفت ضبط السياسات المالية والنقدية للدولة واستعادة ثقة المستثمرين في السوق المصري وتطوير البيئة التشريعية المنظمة للاستثمار، فضلا عن تقديم حوافز جاذبة للمستثمرين. وقد أولت مصر أولوية خاصة لتعزيز دور القطاع الخاص باعتباره شريكا رئيسيا لا غنى عنه في تحقيق النمو والتنمية الاقتصادية، فوضعت سقفا للاستثمارات الحكومية وأطلقت خطة مدروسة لتخارج الدولة من بعض الاستثمارات العامة، بما يفسح المجال أمام القطاع الخاص لتوسيع مساهمته في النشاط الاقتصادي. أثمرت هذه الجهود عن تحسن ملحوظ في مؤشرات الأداء الاقتصادي وارتفاع معدلات النمو وزيادة تدفقات الاستثمار الخاص، إلى جانب إشادة واسعة من مؤسسات التمويل الدولية وعلى رأسها صندوق النقد الدولي، فضلا عن قيام مؤسسات التصنيف الائتماني العالمية برفع التصنيف الائتماني لمصر. وأؤكد أن مصر ستواصل مسيرة الإصلاح الاقتصادي وتحقيق التقدم في مسارها التنموي، مع المضي قدما في تطبيق وثيقة سياسة ملكية الدولة التي تحدد الإطار العام لعمل الشركات الحكومية والمملوكة للدولة، وتنفيذ برنامج الطروحات الحكومية وتخارج الدولة، بما يعزز مشاركة القطاع الخاص ويضاعف إسهامه في دفع عجلة النمو الاقتصادي. السيدات والسادة، يمثل السوق المصري اليوم مجالا مليئا بالفرص الاستثمارية في مختلف القطاعات، حيث تحرص الدولة على توفير التسهيلات والحوافز اللازمة، لا سيما في مجالات الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة وصناعة السيارات، بما في ذلك السيارات الكهربائية، إلى جانب الصناعات الدوائية واللوجستية وقطاعات الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، خاصة تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. وأدعوكم إلى اغتنام هذه الفرص والاستفادة من البنية التحتية المتطورة التي أنجزتها مصر خلال الأعوام الماضية في مجالات الطرق والاتصالات والنقل واللوجستيات والمناطق الحرة، وعلى وجه الخصوص المنطقة الاقتصادية لقناة السويس التي تمثل منصة استراتيجية للتجارة والاستثمار. كما أؤكد أن المستثمر الذي يختار العمل في مصر لا يقتصر مكسبه على السوق المحلي الواعد، بل ينفتح أمامه أيضا أفق أوسع عبر شبكة اتفاقيات التجارة الحرة التي أبرمتها مصر سواء في الإطار الإفريقي أو العربي، بما يتيح له النفاذ إلى أسواق ضخمة قائمة بالفعل ويضاعف من فرص النمو والتوسع الإقليمي والدولي. السادة الحضور، في الختام أود أن أجدد التأكيد على أن مصر ستواصل دورها الفاعل في ترسيخ دعائم الأمن والاستقرار على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، والمضي قدما في تحقيق التنمية والنمو الاقتصادي، كما تتطلع مصر إلى تعزيز التعاون مع كافة الشركاء من أجل بلوغ هذه الأهداف المنشودة. ويسعدني أن أرحب بإعلانكم تنظيم جلسة مخصصة للأعمال في مصر خلال العام الجاري تحت رعايتي، وأتطلع إلى مواصلة التنسيق معكم خلال الفترة المقبلة لإنجاح هذا الحدث المهم. وأغتنم هذه المناسبة لأتمنى لكم التوفيق والنجاح في مختلف فعاليات المنتدى، وشكرا جزيلا.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your speech. And my interpretation is that geopolitics are challenging, but economy is going a lot better than the geopolitics. But if you look at the region of Middle East and North Africa, the MENA region, how do you interpret from the Egyptian side what is now unfolding? And how do you think we can move more decisive towards peace and reconciliation moving forward?
أنا بشكرك جدا على هذا السؤال، وأيضا اسمح لي أقول لك إن الإجراءات اللي إحنا عملناها في مصر، سواء كان على مستوى الجيوسياسي زي ما ذكرنا في كلمتي اللي أنا تحدثت منها، على إن مصر حاولت خلال مش بس السنوات الأخيرة من الأزمة الخاصة بقطاع غزة، ولكن خلال ال10 سنوات اللي كنا احنا مسؤولين فيها عن اللي أنا كنت مسؤول فيها عن المسؤولية للدولة المصرية. احنا كنا حريصين على أن مصر تكون عنصر استقرار في المنطقة اللي بتعاني من بعض يعني الاضطرابات واللي بدأت في 2011. واحنا ما نسيناش واحنا بنعمل ده ان يكون عامل الاستقرار. احنا كنا عارفين كويس ان احنا لابد ان احنا نبذل جهود كبيره جدا على الصعيد الاقتصادي في مصر لتجهيز الدوله عشان يعني تنطلق في هذا المجال لتحقيق اهداف التنميه المستدامه اللي احنا وضعناها حتى 2030. وخلينا اتكلم هنا، انا ذكرت في كلمتي ان احنا عملنا اجراءات كثيره جدا تهدف الى جذب القطاع الخاص وتجهيز البنيه التحتيه في مصر. وده امر ممكن يتقال عنوان صغير ان عملنا بنيه تحتيه مناسبه، لكن انا بتصور ان كان من ضمن عناصر البنيه التحتيه هو عامل الاستقرار ايضا اللي احنا حرصنا على انه احنا يبقى موجود. وهنا انا عايز اقول للمستثمرين ورجال الاعمال والمهتمين بالاستثمار في مصر، مصر مارست سياسه بترتكز على دعم الاستقرار والحفاظ عليه، مش بس داخل الدوله المصريه، حتى في محيطها الاقليمي والدولي. وكانت دايما مشاركتها ايجابيه في هذا الامر، مش عشان تحافظ على مناخ الاستثمار في مصر، لا، كهدف من اهداف الدوله المصريه بالحفاظ على او استعاده الاستقرار اللي تعرضت به المنطقه خلال السنوات العشر الماضيه. اذا لو انا اتكلمت على جيوسياسي فيما يخص الدور المصري، كان دور ايجابي جدا جدا في تحقيق الاستقرار سواء للدوله المصريه او للمنطقه ما امكن. ويمكن ده تجلى زي ما انا قلت برضو في اكتوبر 2025 بمؤتمر شرم الشيخ لقضيه من اصعب القضايا اللي مرت خلال العشر سنين اللي فاتوا، هي قضيه الحرب في غزه واللي استمرت تقريبا سنتين. واللي احنا بنتمنى ان دورنا الايجابي ده يتكلل بيه ان المرحله الثانيه اللي تم اطلاقها بواسطه الرئيس تنجح وكل الدعم ليها سواء مننا او من المجتمع الدولي. ارجع تاني مره، ده شق كنا شايفينه انه مهم جدا في الحفاظ على يعني مناخ مناسب للاستثمار في مصر. لكن جوه مصر احنا عملنا، وانا يمكن بوسع قوي في اجابه السؤال او التعليق على الكلام، احنا بذلنا جهد كبير جدا جدا حتى نقوم بتنفيذ بنيه اساسيه متطوره في مصر. ما سبناش مجال من مجالات البنيه الاساسيه او التحتيه الا ما اشتغلنا عليها. احنا عندنا شواطئ تمتد على البحر الاحمر والبحر المتوسط، تم انشاء شبكه موانئ متطوره جدا، وتم ربط هذه الشبكه الموانئ سواء على البحر المتوسط او البحر الاحمر بشبكه طرق متقدمه جدا وشبكه نقل بالسكه الحديد متقدمه جدا. نفس الكلام بالنسبه للمطارات، نفس الكلام بالنسبه لمجالات الطاقه. اللي انا عايز اقوله حتى مجالات التعليم اعتبرناها جزء من اجزاء تطوير التعليم وتحديثه، وده احنا ضاعفنا عدد الجامعات في مصر من اجل تجهيز عماله لسوق عمل متقدم ومتطور. ثم اجراءات اخرى احنا عملناها في مجال البنيه التشريعيه واجراءات الاصلاح الاقتصادي اللي شهد عليها صندوق النقد الدولي، واللي احنا يمكن اخر مراجعه اللي تمت من الشهر اللي فات، وتاكيد ان مصر يعني بتمشي في الطريق الصحيح. ويمكن معدل النمو اللي انا بذكره دلوقتي كجزء من تقديم مصر لضيوفنا اللي موجودين، ان معدل النمو في الربع الاولاني وصل ل5.3، ويمكن تكون الحكومه في مصر سعيده بالمعدل ده، لكن احنا بنتمنى ان احنا نحقق معدلات اكتر من كده. اتكلمت كتير في الموضوع، لكن عايز اقول انا بحاول احول اجابتي لصالح اللي احنا عملناه واللي كتير من الحاضرين يمكن يكونوا ما يعرفوش. البيئه في مصر جاذبه جدا، باتفاقيات تجاره حره مع المنطقه الافريقيه، مع المنطقه العربيه. عندنا مناطق اقتصاديه ذات طبيعه خاصه. ما ننساش التطور او التطوير اللي احنا عملناه في قناة السويس حتى نيسر لحركة التجارة من الشمال للجنوب. كل الكلام ده وزي ما قلت المنظومة الاقتصادية الخاصة اللي موجودة، اللي عايز يعمل مشروع في اللوجستيات، في طاقة الهيدروجين، في الاتصالات، في مراكز البيانات، في الأدوية، في حتى في مجالات زي التعليم والصحة، احنا مستعدين نقدم له الحوافز اللازمة لإنجاح استثماراته في مصر. شكرا جزيلا.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. I think this gave like an excellent overview of the region, but also the reforms. We have a few minutes left, so I would like to touch on two things. Let me start with maybe the easiest. It is how Egypt is now also, with the reforms you mentioned, adjusting to the new economic reality. Because since last time you were here, a decade ago, no one spoke about artificial intelligence. There were almost no electrical vehicles. Things are changing very much, and the growth in the years to come will be strongest in digital trade and in these new technologies. And how do you prepare Egypt for that? I think you already touched on some of the reforms there that will apply, but just to also focus with such a young population, I guess you also have big opportunities because this young generation is very tech savvy.
صحيح. أنا بس عايز أقول إن إحنا في مصر الخطة كانت خطة شاملة لإعداد الدولة مش يعني لجذب المستثمرين وأيضا للانطلاق للمستقبل. فأنا المجالات بتاعت الذكاء الاصطناعي وموضوع السيارات الكهربائية ومجالات أخرى كتير أيضا احنا بنتحدث عنها. احنا اتكلمنا على ان احنا على سبيل المثال في تجهيز الدولة كبني اسامي اتكلمت عليها سلفا، يعني بقول تاني ان احنا عملنا حوافز للمستثمرين في المجالات اللي احنا بنستهدف ان هي تاخد قوة دفع اكبر، ان احنا حاولنا يكون لدينا الطاقة اللازمة عشان تنجح هذا المسار. والطاقة اللي أنا بقصدها مش طاقة فقط طاقة كهربائية مثلا اللي احنا ضاعفناها، لكن أنا بتكلم على طاقة إعداد جيل من الشباب في الجامعات المختلفة في علوم الذكاء الاصطناعي والاتصالات والرقمنة، تهدف إلى أن يكون عندنا، احنا بالمناسبة لدينا أكثر من 30 مليون شاب وشابة أو في التعليم، 25 في التعليم الأساسي وتقريبا من 4.5-5 مليون في التعليم الجامعي. وبالتالي الفرصة عندنا فرصة كبيرة جدا جدا من خلال الاهتمام بأن احنا نجهز جيل قادر على أن هو يستوعب التكنولوجيا ويشارك فيها، ويبقى لو في مجالات بنهدف ان احنا نبقى نحقق فيها طموح كبير حتى 2030، يبقى الشباب ده قادر ان هو يشارك ويساهم فيها. وبالمناسبه سوق التعهيد في مصر من افضل الاسواق اللي موجوده او المشاركات اللي موجوده على مستوى العالم تقريبا، واحنا بنطمع ان احنا ندخل في مجالات اكتر من كده اكثر تقدما واكثر تخصصا في هذا المجال.
So maybe then the last question, I see we have a few minutes left, is about the region, the Middle East region. And as you underlined, I think we all know that Egypt is an anchor. It is between Europe, Africa, and Asia. If you look at the regional developments the last year, I guess there has been developments in Lebanon and Syria that have been moving in a new direction. you have the situation in Sudan and Yemen that I guess will be on the problematic side. So, and Libya, I don't know, I don't want to characterize, I leave that to you, Mr. President, to find the right words. But if you look at the region overall, do you think this is going to be a calmer year, or are we still going to have the challenges? And tomorrow, as you know, President Trump is also launching the board of peace here. So even in Davos, there will be some developments.
طب خليني اقول لك ان احنا زي ما قلت برضه في المقدمه اللي انا حاولت ان انا اتكلم فيها كتير عن موضوعات مختلفه كشكل من اشكال الحديث عن المنطقه وعن مصر. خلال 10 سنين ويمكن دي السياسه المصريه امتداد لسياسه مصريه سابقه، كانت دايما مصر بتؤمن بعدم التدخل في شؤون الدول، وان هي بتدعم دايما ان الدول اي دول بما فيها دول المنطقه طبعا ان هي تبقى بتعتمد على المؤسسات والاجهزه الوطنيه فقط في اداره الدوله. لان احنا كان لينا راي وتصور ان دايما لما بيكون في مثلا ميليشيات او جماعات مسلحه موجوده في دول بتؤثر بشكل سلبي، ودي النتيجه اللي احنا بنشوفها وشايفينها دلوقتي في دول من غير ما اسمي اسماء عشان ما نعملش
Please feel free.
يعني ما هو في الفري معاك، لكن انا عايز ابقى في الفري معاهم هم. لكن خلينا اقول يعني انا برى ان الامور في لبنان بتصير مش بس في طريق جديد، انا بتكلم ان هي في طريق سليم، هو طريق جديد وسليم. واتمنى من في لبنان انها خلال الفتره دي تجد السبيل لتحقيق الاستقرار الكامل والنمو بالدوله اللبنانيه اللي احنا اتعودنا عليها خلال سنين. في بدايه شبابي كانت لبنان هي محط انظار الشرق كله، فارجو ان هي تعود مره ثانيه. برضو التطورات اللي في سوريا بتؤشر الى ان الامور بتسير في اتجاه اتمنى ان هو يستقبل بان كل اطياف او اطراف الدوله السوريه تبقى بشكل او باخر موجوده داخل يعني هقولها بطريقه تانية انه لا يستثنى احد من الحوار ومن المشاركه السياسيه في الدوله السوريه. الدعم اللي موجود مننا لكل الاشقاء في ليبيا، في سوريا، في اليمن، في السودان، في الصومال، لاي دوله في منطقتنا، هي الحرص على الحفاظ على الاستقرار واستعادته. عدم التدخل في شؤون الدول، لان كل دوله لها خصوصيتها واحنا بنحترم هذا الامر حتى لا تتعقد الامور اكتر من اللازم. اذا انا بتكلم على ان الهدف اللي احنا شايفينه واللي احنا اعلناه من 2014 وحتى الان هو استعاده الدوله في ليبيا، استعاده الدوله في السودان، استعاده الدوله في لبنان، استعاده الدوله في سوريا، استعاده الدوله في الصومال، استعاده الدوله عشان تنطلق الدوله تحت قياده وطنيه شرعيه تاخد الدوله وتحل المسائل اللي موجوده. فمصر دورها، وانا مش بقول كلام العالم كله عارف ده كويس، دور ايجابي جدا جدا في محاوله تحقيق الاستقرار في المنطقه المضطربه ديت. وخلي اقول خلال السنتين بتوع الحرب بتوع غزه احنا عندنا مرفق زي مرفق قناه السويس، ده يعني ممر ملاحي عالمي بتمر فيه تقريبا 12% من التجاره العالميه، وتاثر بالاحداث اللي تمت في الوقت دوت. ورغم من تاثير ده احنا حرصنا على ان احنا ايضا نتحمل التاثير. احنا فقدنا ما يقرب من 9 مليار دولار عوائد مباشره من داخل قناه السويس نتيجه الاحداث اللي حصلت خلال السنتين اللي فاتوا، اللي هم من اكتوبر 23 وحتى وقف الحرب اللي أعلن في شرم الشيخ. تحملنا ده كنا طرف إيجابي في عدم التصعيد رغم الضرر الكبير اللي حصل علينا. هذا الأمر أيضا يعني في قطاع غزة مصر كان دورها إيجابي جدا جدا في محاولة لإطفاء الاقتتال والحرب اللي موجودة طوال مدة الحرب، إدخال مساعدات، محاولة لتخفيف من آثار الحرب وإيقافها، كانت مشاركة إيجابية. وده السياسة المصرية هي سياسة تتسم بالإيجابية والحرص على الاستقرار على المستوى الوطني، على المستوى الإقليمي، على المستوى الدولي.
Thank you so much for your strong speech and excellent answers. I hope there will be not 10 years before we can wish you back to Davos. Mr. President, things have changed, but as the President said when we spoke, not the weather. Yes. So thank you again, and big applause to President Sisi.
Can Europe defend itself? Hello and a very warm welcome to this special edition of Deutsche Welle's Conflict Zone from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. I'm Sarah Kelly. We're here with the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, the President of Poland, Karol Nawrocki, the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calvino, and the CEO of Sanofi, Paul Hudson. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, this question, can Europe defend itself, has really been thrust into the forefront as Donald Trump threatens allies over Greenland. As we wait for Trump to deliver a statement in just a few hours, there has been so much discussion in the past few days, not only about the potential for a trade war with Europe, but also even the collapse of the NATO alliance itself. And with that, Mr. Secretary General, I'd like to begin with you, because with the U.S. still a guarantor of European security, are European NATO allies hostage to Trump's demands?
Well, listen, NATO, since 1949, is the transatlantic alliance. And I think we have to be very careful in considering the fact that the US and Canada are not only in NATO to prevent the historic mistake the US made, in their own view, after the First World War, which was retreating from the world stage, and then the long arm of history reaching out to the US again in the Second World War, not wanting to repeat that mistake. They are in NATO because NATO is crucial not only for the defense of Europe, but also for the defense of the United States. For the United States to stay safe, you need a safe Arctic, a safe Atlantic, and a safe Europe. And all the military and all the politicians in the US know this, and we really have to be mindful of this. So when the question is Europe safe? Yes, Europe is safe because of what Europe is doing itself within NATO, but also because we have that strong transatlantic relationship.
But we know the history, we know the stakes. Let's talk about the current dynamics, and I'd like to ask you, for perhaps a bit of reflection here, did you ever think that you would ever see one NATO member threaten the territorial integrity of another? I mean, you have now the Prime Minister of Greenland telling his public an attack cannot be ruled out.
Listen, my role as NATO Secretary General, when there is tension within the alliance, it has been there in the past between Greece and Turkey, there have been other moments when there was tension, then my predecessors always took the view that they should not comment on that in public. That's impossible. Why is that impossible? Because as soon as I do, I cannot any longer help to somehow, with others, of course, not me, only myself, but of course with other leaders, to basically diffuse the tension, to de-escalate, etc. That's why you will not hear me comment. You can be assured that I'm working on this issue behind the scenes, but I cannot do that in public. Sorry, no comments from me on Greenland.
Well, sometimes behind the scenes comments do become public in various ways, as we've seen in the past few days.
That's true.
You've talked about security in the Arctic. No matter how you come out of this Greenland row, I mean, it really seems as if the dynamics have fundamentally changed within NATO. You have Macron saying yesterday, we are shifting to a world without rules. Hasn't all of this fundamentally damaged the foundations of NATO, the shared trust, the shared values?
Of course, I see that there are these tensions at the moment. There's no doubt. Again, I'm not going to comment on that, but I can assure you the only way to deal with that is, in the end, thoughtful diplomacy. So statements from me will not add anything here. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think President Trump is right. Other leaders in NATO are right. We need to defend the Arctic. We know that these sea lanes are opening up. We know that China and Russia are increasingly active in the Arctic. There are 8 countries bordering on the Arctic. 7 are a member of NATO. That's Finland and Sweden and Norway and Denmark, Iceland, Canada and the US. And there's only 1 country bordering on the Arctic outside NATO, and that's Russia. And I would argue there is a 9th country, which is China, which is increasingly active in the Arctic region. So President Trump and other leaders are right. We have to do more there. We have to protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence. And that's exactly what NATO ambassadors decided to do in September. We are working on that, making sure that collectively will we defend the Arctic region.
I'd like to turn to Poland now. You have traditionally been furiously pro-American in terms of, efforts to keep them on board as a guarantor of security in Europe. You've turned the term to the Greenland dispute, and again, this was a comment that I understand you made last week, a matter between the Danish Prime Minister and President Trump. Just briefly, do you still stand by that after everything that you've seen in the past days and weeks?
Of course, United States of America are the most important Polish bilateral ally, but we also appreciate a lot NATO. We are the part of NATO, and we feel responsible for NATO. This is the biggest alliance in the history of 20th century. I think, like Mark Rutte, the NATO is stable, NATO is solidifying, but we of course recognize some problems about the Greenland. And I'm looking at the problem of Greenland from the strategic side. We have Chinese, we have Russian. We feel in Poland Russian threat for 3 centuries even, and we understand it at all in eastern flank of NATO. And if we consider, ladies and gentlemen, that global GDP is consisted of 15% of
right.
European Union involvement and 15% of United States of America involvement, but according in terms of security, United States of America paying 65% for NATO and Europeans 35%, we have to consider what Donald Trump would like to say about the security, because he is responsible for security of the world as the leader, and we would like to support.
Do you really think you can stay out of this? Do you really think you can stay out of this row? Do you really think that, isn't this the moment right now for solidarity in Europe? Isn't this key to a united and a strong response?
There is the necessity of solidarity in Europe, but there is also the necessity of building the good transatlantic relations. And I think that transatlantic relations are very important. We know in Europe, Alex, all my European friends knows how many mistakes had Europe done after and before 2022, and Donald Trump tried to convince our European partners that we have to solidify, and his voice is very important because of the financial, because of the strategic, geopolitical point of view. I, of course, hope that it will be solved thanks to all partners on the diplomatic way, and
How far are you willing to go to have good transatlantic relations? Does that mean giving the Americans Greenland, selling the Americans Greenland? How far should European allies go if the Americans do move on Greenland?
We have 10,000 American soldiers in Poland. We buy American military equipment, which is the best on the world. South Korean is also very good, but American is...
and Finnish tanks you buy.
And Finnish tanks.
A little bit of a commercial break here, yeah?
We have the biggest army in East Central Europe. Poland increased the percent of GDP for military service almost to 5%. So we feel responsible for Poland. I believe in Polish soldiers, in our alliance, but United States of America, for all eastern flank of NATO, are very important ally. And those relations are also based on our history. This is the relation of values. We have common independence heroes in Poland and in United States of America. So I think that we should solve this problem on diplomatic way. Of course, I appreciate Denmark's voice is natural. It's our partner, Denmark. But I'm looking at the Greenland as strategic point in the geopolitical issue between free world, democracy's world, independence, and with Russia.
President Stubb, I'd like to turn to you now because you, along with the Secretary General, have been known as the Trump whisperers. Now you're on the list being targeted for sanctions. You recently joined the NATO alliance. Is it just in time for its dissolution?
No, not at all. I think actually we're in the process of creating a stronger NATO than we have seen since the end of the Cold War. This is pretty much NATO 3.0. Remember that after the end of the Cold War, a lot of NATO countries actually dropped their guard in terms of defense expenditure and capabilities, whereas a country like Finland, which stayed outside, didn't do that. We still have conscription. And speaking of the Arctic, we have the biggest military force of Arctic capabilities in the alliance. We have 1 million individuals, men and women, who've had their military training in Arctic conditions. So I think we're strengthening actually the alliance as we speak. And remember that we've doubled the border of the alliance with NATO, with Finland joining and then with Sweden joining. So I think we're creating a new NATO where Europe takes more responsibility.
So then take us to the diplomatic efforts and how you are trying to do that. Because, you know, we saw over the weekend, you along with your Norwegian counterpart sent this message to Trump calling for a de-escalation of tension. He responded quite quickly saying he's no longer purely thinking of peace. Who or what can diffuse the tensions over Greenland, if not you?
Thank you, Alex.
Anytime. You want to take this one, Mark? No, I mean, listen, we're now in a phase in the transatlantic relationship, and you'll know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and therefore by default pro-transatlantic. We are in a relationship which is much more direct than it's ever actually been. I mean, the communication channels that we have directly with the president and with the administration are actually good and solid. And then, you know, at times there are curveballs flying in different types of directions. We try to catch them and we try to solve them. You know, you have two schools of thought here on Greenland. One is to de-escalate, and the other one is to escalate to de-escalate. And I think at the end of the day, we'll find an off-ramp on this. I'll make two final remarks. If someone would have told me in Washington, D.C., for the 75th anniversary of the alliance, that we're going to increase our defense expenditure next year to 5%, I would have said, you have no clue about international relations or seek help with a doctor. We did. And I think what we need as an off-ramp now is some kind of a process whereby we start working on a real problem, which is Arctic security. Unfortunately, as Mark said, we have 7 countries, Arctic countries, one of them with a huge military that can help to deal with this. So let's start working towards a process which leads us to a NATO summit in Ankara where we actually strengthen Arctic security within the alliance. So this is what we're working on.
Okay. Nadia, I'd like to ask you about the money. This is a key point also to can Europe defend itself, which is the topic that we're discussing today. The EU is freeing up hundreds of billions of euros to ramp up defense spending. You're part of that. You have quickly ramped up your capacity to mobilize capital for defense investment. This is something that's new for your bank, we also have to mention. How much do you see your future being defense and defense-related projects?
It's been a sea change in the last 2 years, and we were just discussing with Alex that in the past was also working at the European Investment Bank, how things have changed, you know, in the last couple of years, in that we have extended the scope of projects we are financing, and we have reached this magical number of 5% of our financing inside the Union this year, last year, sorry, in 2025. So that outperformed our targets. We were hoping to reach that level this year in 26, but we already did in 25. We have a very robust pipeline of flagship projects, a number of them in Poland, by the way. So that's European solidarity, actually supporting the defense of Poland on the eastern flank. And so my answer would undoubtedly be, yes, Europe can defend itself.
Paul, I'd like to turn to you also with that, because there's a role for the private sector as well here. NATO is treating medical preparedness as part of collective defense. You have many of your capabilities anchored in Europe. Does what you are hearing about European defense in the past days make you feel secure as a business person? And how do you see the private sector's role?
You know, the subjects that are being discussed are obviously extremely important, and I trust in the process that people will get to the right conclusion. I think health is unrecognized as the severity of what could happen if health sovereignty, innovation sovereignty, protecting populations is deprioritized. I think NATO have made that point about making sure that people can get medicines they need in difficult times. I think in COVID, my own personal experience was that I was getting calls from heads of state, ministers of health saying, we need medicines, give them to us, don't give them to anybody else. it quickly delineated and fragmented. And it worried us greatly, given the importance of trying to work together to find some unity to make sure that we do things for Europe. Now, Sanofi is more than 50% of our manufacturing and R&D spend is in Europe. And so we believe that we're one of the few companies that has that resiliency to be able to provide. But there is a real moment for Europe. Perhaps it's not on the scale of this conversation and Greenland, but it is a real moment. Europe has long time been one of the great discoverers of medicines, the great providers. Pressure from Donald Trump on the price that is paid for medicines in Europe has put it into focus. And for the first time, China and the US publish more clinical papers, win more Nobel Prizes, discover more medicines than Europe. And Europe's slipping behind. And it's a moment. It is still in control. While I listen to this conversation, sometimes I worry that there's a lot to be managed, escalate to de-escalate. Europe, in particular, has health innovation and health sovereignty in the palm of its hand. And if it chooses to step forward, it can protect, it can innovate, it can compete. This is a moment not to be squandered.
I'd just like to add something and kind of reset us a little bit. We're talking about can Europe defend itself, and something that's really interesting is that we have not said the word Russia or Ukraine, I think, so far in this conversation. And it just goes to show you actually how the conversation has changed. But I'd like to really take it back to now defense capabilities, the spending that also we were talking about. Polish president, we know that you're already projecting to get to 5% of GDP this year. You're doing all of this spending, hundreds of billions of euros being ramped up, but to still be dependent on the Americans. And I'm talking about key things. So air transport, strategic command and control systems, high-end intelligence. Do you get the sense, especially after the events of the past days, that Europeans are really in a state of urgency to quickly ramp up the ability to handle a protracted conflict without the U.S.? What is the plan B if diplomacy fails?
I understand your question, but I would like to assure you that our Polish independence and sovereignty is very strong. The first, I believe in Polish soldiers, of course, in our history and our readiness to fight with everyone who would like to invade Poland. So we felt the strong country on the eastern flank of NATO. But we also believe in diplomacy. It's natural in NATO, our cooperation with NATO, with European Union. Diplomacy is, of course, the part of the security guarantees. But what we can do as the Republic of Poland, that our friends also doing this, I see the President of Latvia, Baltic states, we of course made the decisions to increase the budget for military service, and it was the great achievement of Europe. And what have happened? In Hague, Donald Trump pushed Europeans to increase the military service cost and GDP. Also, European Union need Donald Trump to be pushed by him to increase this budget. It's not good way, and many countries inside Europe still haven't done this. So, you know, we have big problem about the feeling for our security and responsibility for secure European Union.
I'm going to get to you in just a second, Mr. Secretary General, of course. But
can I
President Stubb, I'd like to ask you first. Do you see this sense of urgency for a plan B among your European partners? Is there the need for that? And who should lead the charge? Because, I mean, it's a bit unfair. We're sitting here on the panel with Finland and Poland. You know, you are really doing a lot when it comes to defense, especially Finland. You have this comprehensive approach to defense in your country. Are your partners, are they experiencing the urgency? Who needs to come up with the plan B and lead the charge?
Well, I mean, two answers. First is a direct answer to the question of this panel, can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Without the Americans?
Without the Americans. I mean...
How?
Well, look.
But you're relying on them for these key elements. How would you do it at scale and at duration and at intensity?
With an assumption that the United States would cut off completely any kind of work.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at the defense composure of Europe by and large, and a country like Finland, so how do we do it? We have conscription. 1 million have done it. We can mobilize 280,000 soldiers within weeks. We have 62 F-18s. Your next question is going to be, do they fly without Americans? No, they don't. But do we trust that they will continue to fly because it's in the interest of America to do so? Yes. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. We have long-range missiles, land, sea, and air. We don't have this because we're worried about Stockholm, right? So, the bottom line is that if you ask me the question that can the Finnish military defend itself against a Russian attack, the whole defense posture of the way in which you do it, yes, we can. But then the second question which you were alluding to, I think we also have to understand that you fight wars on the battlefield, but you win them at home. And that means that all of us need to focus more on comprehensive security. The civilian side of things. That's why we have civilian shelters for 4.4 million Finns. That's why we have a security of supply where we don't get into any kind of trouble with food shortages, energy shortages, or electricity grids, because we've got this. And this is the, I think, capability that a lot of European states need to do. My absolutely final point. It's all good and well to talk about percentages, but just remember, you don't fight wars with percentages. You fight wars with capabilities, and those you just need to have in stock.
Do European NATO allies need to think more about having capabilities that overlap with the United States?
Well, this is
to hedge their bets.
The NATO is constructed like this, that the US, Canada, and the European NATO allies were completely integrated. It doesn't mean that there is the US coming to the rescue of Europe or Europe coming to the rescue of the United States. We are working completely integrated. And for the protection of both the US and Europe, it's crucial that NATO is there. There was one big irritant on the American side with NATO. And the big irritant since Eisenhower was that they were spending, the US was spending, so much more than Europe was spending. Even today, the US is spending 3.5% of GDP on core defense. We are spending in Europe average 2% of defense. And here's my question to the audience. I mean, many of you, I know, criticize Donald Trump. But do you really think that without Donald Trump, 8 big economies in Europe, including Spain and Italy and Belgium, Canada, by the way, also outside Europe, would have come to 2%? In 2025, when they were only on 1.5% at the beginning of the year? No way. Without Donald Trump, this would never have happened. They're all on 2% now. Do you really think that in the summit in The Hague, as already Alex was saying, sorry, the president of Finland was saying, that we would come to an overall defense spending of 5%, including 3.5% in core defense, if President Trump would not have been re-elected as president of the United States? No way. It would never have happened. So again, I'm not popular with you now because I'm defending Donald Trump, but I really believe we can be happy that he is there because he has forced us in Europe to step up, to face the consequences, that we have to take care more of our own defense. And this is the thing. The Americans still have over 80,000 soldiers in Europe. They are still, including in Poland, in Germany, etc. They are still heavily invested in European defense. And yes, they have to pivot more towards Asia. So it is only logical for them to expect us in Europe to step up over time. And there is this plan already since Jens Stoltenberg, my predecessor, designed it, the NATO defense planning process, to over time make sure that Europe can take over more of these capabilities, of these core enablers from the US, to do more of the protection of the European continent. We're still having a strong conventional US presence in Europe, also going forward. And of course, the nuclear umbrella as our ultimate guarantor. But again, I'm absolutely convinced, without Donald Trump, we would not have taken those decisions, and they are crucial, particularly for the European and the Canadian side of NATO, to really grow up in the post-Cold War world.
Madam Kelly, you are not happy with this answer, I suppose, of Mark Rutte, that we need Donald Trump in the European Union, but we believe in our military service in Poland. I would like to add that Poland won with the Soviets and Bolsheviks. Finland won with the Soviet and Bolsheviks in 20th century. Japanese and Afghans won with the Soviet Union. So we are ready in our countries to secure our independence, but we need geopolitical and some relations in Europe and in the world to be stronger.
We have time for just a quick closing round now, and I'd like to turn to Nadia to kick us off with that, because we have the statement from the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday describing a seismic change that makes it necessary to build a new form of European independence. And I'm wondering if you can give us, from the investment perspective, what you think is necessary to realize that vision.
I want to, since it's a closing remark, and I was listening to my colleagues, and I want to say, I think the European Union is a superpower. And I think we have to believe in ourselves and our capability. And I'm very happy to see 3 leaders that are really very self-assured, you know, because that's what I think we need, to speak clearly. We are a superpower when it comes to research, to health tech, to new technologies, to research centers, to universities. We are in quantum computing, we are in key technologies. We are not a defense superpower because the European Union is a project for peace. So it makes sense that we need some time to ramp it up. From the European Investment Bank perspective, we're all in to support Europe to be stronger in the world, but also to contribute to a peaceful world, a multilateral framework that actually can continue to provide us with win-win partnerships based on respect, shared prosperity, stability, because I think that that's, at the end of the day, what our children and grandchildren expect from us that are at the helm of important institutions at this historic moment for us.
Paul, what do you think? What do you think is needed for this new form of European independence from your business perspective?
I think it's a moment for us again, what the Secretary General just said about defense spending, contribution to NATO. The President of the United States has done the same in healthcare spend in most of the European markets, in the UK, demanding in the UK to go from 0.3% GDP to 0.6% over a period of time to pay for innovation in the countries. You know, that's a really remarkable intervention or challenge from the President of the United States. I've been in healthcare 35 years. I'm having different conversations with heads of state and ministers of health, ministers of finance, on what it takes to be the champion for the innovation. One of the things you've got to do is give patients in your country access to the best medicines in the world. You can't want the manufacturing, want the research euro, but then not give it to patients. And I think that's a real issue. A lot of people are still struggling to understand that 54% of medicines approved by the European Medicines Agency aren't available to patients in Europe. Approved in Europe, for Europe, not available, because money is not being made available, because there are other priorities. And we don't ever belittle the trade-offs. Draghi was very clear. Everybody read the report. Everybody understood it. My conversations with the Commission have focused on fair play between member states and not enough on competing with China and the US. I think the US is ready for the challenge because in the end, patients win with access to innovation. I think China is coming. China is going to launch 40% of the world's new medicines by 2030. 40%. And we're not having that conversation. Europe has all of the skills and capabilities, if prioritized, to get it done and to compete, not just to play fair, but to compete in the rest of the world.
I want to turn to Poland now. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask you, we mentioned a little bit earlier, I mean, you know, the threat that is posed by Russia, its ongoing invasion of Ukraine. You know this, of course, better than anyone, being on the eastern flank there. Do you think, you know, in all of this talk, in all of this conversation over Greenland, is Ukraine the casualty here? Do we run that risk?
Can you repeat? I don't understand. Is Ukraine?
The conversation has been dominated in the past week and days.
Yeah, about Greenland.
About Greenland.
Yeah. Okay. And no,
where is the attention now on Ukraine? What could this potentially mean for Ukraine? What could it mean for the resources that they need so desperately in order to maintain this fight on the European continent?
I think that Ukraine issue subject after the attack of Russian Federation is most important, not only for Poland and eastern flank of NATO, but for all free world. And I think that the problem around Greenland doesn't mean that we don't think about the Ukraine. We support Ukraine in Poland, in NATO, in European Union. United States of America supported Ukraine, and we have to consider this problem as the main problem in Europe nowadays. And I'm very happy that we are going, maybe slowly, but we are going to long-lasting peace in Ukraine. This must happen, I think. But I'm not afraid, Madam Kali, that the situation around the Greenland means that we forget about Ukraine. We understand the problem about the Ukraine and still feel the Russian threat. We are still in Eastern Central Europe under the Russian threat, and I think that we are in the middle of the hybrid war. This is the peculiar Soviet composition which we have known for 100 years. You know, this is the composition of a military force, information, disinformation, propaganda, and we are nowadays in the middle of hybrid war in the European Union.
President Stubb, I'd like to ask you as well. The U.S. administration has made it very clear. We are in an era now of hard power, and they will wield it where they feel it is advantageous or necessary. You've said earlier that Europe can defend itself without the Americans. If it comes down...
not exact, Mike, so that's not a quote.
More or less, more or less. We'll go back to the transcript.
Let's stick to the left on this one, yeah?
More or less, more or less.
I love journalists.
Stoop against this.
But if it comes down to it, given the dynamics that we have seen here, does Europe also need to have the potential to defend itself against America?
No, I mean, come on, let's not push the hypotheticals here. Let's get back. Let's get back to the reality of the situation, and let's put it back into perspective, and especially the war in Ukraine, which Karol there quite well mentioned. Look, what has Russia achieved in the past 4 years? It's acquired 20% of the territory of Ukraine through military warfare, roughly 2%. In the process of doing that, it has provided about 1 million casualties and dead. It has decreased its sphere of influence. You can see the Central Asian countries, you can see the Southern Caucasus detaching themselves from the Russian Empire. You look at the Russian economy right now. If we go with the inflation rates of the 2 first weeks, we're looking at 30% inflation this year. 16% interest rates, zero growth, no more reserves, incapacity to pay the soldiers when the war ends. So I'm more worried about Russia's unwillingness to end this war because they cannot afford to do so than about Russia's capability to win this war because not end this war because they're moving ahead. So let's keep things into perspective. NATO hasn't entered the scene yet, and they have not been able to advance in the past 4 years as much as expected. This war has been an utter strategic failure of President Putin. He increased the size of NATO. He made Ukraine European. He increased the defense budgets of European states. And here we are asking ourselves, shaking, are we able to defend ourselves? My answer is, yes, we are.
Secretary General.
Absolutely.
Secretary General, I'd like to ask for your remarks also on that point. We've been talking about can Europe defend itself? The question is how, and how that evolves also over the next years. Do you ever see a day where European defense doesn't have NATO as the cornerstone?
No, I don't. And let's not forget the EU is great. It is 23 countries in NATO of the 32 are also in the EU. But it is only 25% of NATO overall GDP. 75% of NATO GDP is outside the European Union. Let's not forget. That's a fact. The US is by far the most powerful nation on earth. And the President of the United States is therefore the leader of the free world. And you cannot envisage NATO without the leader of the free world being an integral part of that organization. And nobody wants it. Not on the US side, not on the European side. He said last night in his presser that he was doubtful whether the Europeans would come to the rescue if Article 5 would be triggered. I tell him, yes, they will. And they did on the 11th of September 9/11 in 2001, when for the first and only time Article 5 was triggered. I have no doubt the US will come to the rescue here, we will come to the rescue of the US, and we need each other for our collective protection. You made a very good point. The risk here is that we focus, of course, on Greenland, because we have to make sure that that issue gets solved in an amicable way. But the main issue is not Greenland now. The main issue is Ukraine. And I agree with everything Alex Stubb was saying, but I'm also a little bit worried that we might drop the ball focusing so much on these other issues.
Yeah.
And as we speak, Russian missiles and Russian drones are attacking the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. We know that it is now minus 20 degrees in Kiev. We know that Ukraine can only take care of 60% of its own electricity. And yes, it is true, the Russians have lost in December 1,000 people dead. Not seriously wounded, dead a day. That's over 30,000 in the month of December. In the 1980s in Afghanistan, the Soviets lost 20,000 in 10 years. Now they lose 30,000 in 1 month. But they still continue the attack. They still increase the attack. And that means that if we Europeans here in NATO are thinking that because of the 90 billion the Commission has been able to bring together with the nations, or because the peace process is moving in the right direction, we can forget about the defense of Ukraine. Don't. They need our support now, tomorrow and the day after. And yes, great if there is a peace deal. Everybody's working on that. The Americans, of course, are leading that process. Great that the 90 billion is there, but that will only be there in March, April, May, whenever. So that still takes time. So I need the European allies to keep focus on this issue. And what I'm really worrying about is that because of the peace process and because of the 90 billion, we lose sight, and that in the meantime, Ukrainians do not have enough interceptors, have enough American gear particularly they need, because it is not any longer available in Europe, for them to defend themselves. So this focus on Ukraine should be our #1 priority. And then we can discuss on all the issues, including Greenland, but it should be Ukraine first, because it is crucial for our European and US security.
I'd like to open up the conversation now to the audience. There's a very high-level audience, we have to say. I'm seeing the President of Latvia sitting in the front row. I believe I also spotted the Defense Minister of the Netherlands here as well.
Hey, where is he?
Right there. Wave hello. We'll be passing around a mic, and I would like to ask that you please stand up, and that questions are kept brief, because I see many hands going up.
Thank you very much. I have a very short question to Secretary Rutte. There are negotiations about Ukraine, and I fully agree with you that Ukraine is the main challenge, and the Russia basically is the main threat. The question is, once we agree that there are some chances for the long-lasting peace, are we as Europe prepared for what would be next with Russia, with this aggressive approach, with a society which is still, through the disinformation, educated, let me say, with aggressive approach towards the West? What will happen with those thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops, capabilities, etc., if they won't be engaged in Ukraine? They won't just wait for the better, prosperous future. Are we ready as NATO to take this problem? Thank you very much.
Yes,
and a brief response, please.
We are ready today, there's no doubt. But we have to be ready in 27 and 29 and 31. And this is why what we decided in The Hague to ramp up defense spending to this 5% was crucial. But we also have to ramp up the defense industrial production. And we're not doing it. Not in the US, not in Europe. We are not nearly producing enough. The fact that Poland, which is the closest ally to the US you can find, is buying in South Korea is because they cannot buy enough in the US or in the European
and
defense
buying in
industrial
Finland.
In Finland, yeah, but also Finland. Yes, Alex, I love you, but you are not producing enough. Your defense industrial base has to ramp up, and you know it, so please spend time on that. And this is true for the whole of NATO territory. So it is not only money, it's also the defense industrial base, including preparing our other industries, including our car industries, etc., for a moment when there might be a situation where we need them. Russia is on a war economy footing. They spend 40% of the state budget on defense. 200 billion a year, with a spending power with the 200 billion because of the structure of their economy, which is much higher than we can do in Europe. So we really have to be watchful here. Yes, we can defend ourselves today, but we have to deliver on the The Hague commitments. Not because of Donald Trump. Yes, it equalizes with the US, that keeps them in, but particularly because we have to defend ourselves.
Okay. I think in the next round, perhaps we take 2 questions and then we'll have them answered. See many. Yes.
Sorry, my name is Andrea Malaguti. What do you think about the board of peace with Lukashenko and Putin for Gaza?
Please,
one more over here.
NATO is 32 countries in the northern Atlantic, and I'm not commenting on things outside North Atlantic area. Sorry, I have too much on my plate already. Thank you.
Margaret, could you please comment on Macron's speech yesterday here in Davos that was very honest? What is your reaction to it?
I respect him a lot, and I'll see him later today, and I think he had a speech which was strong on Canadian values and what Canada can contribute to the world. At the same time, I would say this is very good, and Canada's back. When you look at NATO, they were spending 1.3, 1.4%. They got to the 2%. They have now a plan to reach the 5%. They are massively helping out with Ukraine now. So I could say since he became Prime Minister, NATO is really back in NATO, back in defending the transatlantic alliance, and I think that's great news.
I think
one question here,
can I
one
answer
question
that?
there.
Sorry, can I answer?
Sure.
I think it was an excellent speech. It was a deep analysis of the change in the world order and the new balance that we're looking at. It was very realistic. It talked about values-based realism as a driver for Canadian foreign policy. All in all, I think one of the best speeches that we've heard here in Davos this week so far.
Okay, we'll go first here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Would you think that if the transfer of the sovereignty of Greenland can be achieved, would you think this might lead to the demise of the idea of so-called Western collective? And secondly, that if these things be transferred, would you think that the NATO 3.0, just like the President Stu said, might be veering to something more look like the Warsaw Pact rather than original NATO? Of course, we have a Polish president. You can also correct me. Thank you very much.
One question there.
I'm Tamer from Saudi Arabia with a Greek mother and an Italian wife. It's very clear
you must be a happy man.
Europe can defend itself. That's very clear today. But my question is, do we feel safer? I'm planning to half retire in Europe. Do I feel safer today with all this stock up of military?
Yes.
As you asked the question, when the war is over, what do you do with all these military?
If you want to prevent war, prepare for war. The only way we can prevent the Russians or anyone who wants to do us harm is to make sure that they know that the reaction we will have is devastating. Today, yes, it is. But if we would have continued with this 1.8, 1.9% defense spending and a defense industrial base, which is not producing enough, we would not be ready in 29 and 31. And our adversaries know this. So I know that people are worried that, we are spending more on defense. Yes, we do this to prevent war from breaking out. You have to be strong. We have to be strong against those who wish us ill.
I think that what we are doing is still preparing to prevent ourselves for a war. And according in terms of today's main question, can Europe defend itself? I hope that we will never answer this question in terms of kinetic war. And this is our responsibility, leaders of Europe, to think about the future and to be ready for even kinetic war. And I think we try to do this.
But one point, if I may add one point which is important, is that Europe's defense is not only about tanks. It is also about health. It is also about win-win partnerships around the world. Building strong partnerships and finding alliances that go beyond maybe what we had in the world order of the last 70 years. That is also a way to defend Europe. I want to also put a word for all the actions that are being taken, which go, I think, in the right direction for a stronger Europe. And it's not only about the 5%. It is very important, but it's not only that.
Yeah, and can I answer the question from the gentleman there? I think we have we have to understand that the world order is changing, much like it did after 1918, 1945, and 1989. And it's now emerging. And I think we have two options, which obviously are not binary. One is a multipolar world, and that multipolar world is about transactions, it's about deals, and it's about spheres of interest. So that's when we go back to the 19th century. A multilateral world is one where you have strong international institutions, rules and norms. I support the latter, and I think that a majority of the states in the world do that as well. But the multilateral order that was created after World War II was created in the image of the West. Therefore, we need to now change the power structure and give agency to bigger players in the global south. Otherwise, we go back into a dog-eats-dog world, and we try to avoid that.
I'd like to thank you so much to everyone. There's a lot of hands still going up. I mean, the conversation, I think, is going to be continuing for quite some time. A relatively eventful day, I think, also ahead of us here at the World Economic Forum in Davos. I know that there are bilaterals also planned as well, a lot of diplomacy, a flurry going on. You have been here with us for Can Europe Defend Itself? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much especially for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be back here at Congress Hall. Hopefully everybody had a good day yesterday and are enjoying it today. It is my real pleasure to introduce Jensen Huang, who is somebody I admire, somebody I've watched, and somebody who has been a teacher to me on the journey of learning about technology and AI. It is amazing watching how he led NVIDIA. And I don't measure myself on comparisons, but I like this one comparison. So since NVIDIA has been public, which was in 1999, same year as BlackRock.
Oh boy.
Okay, now NVIDIA's total return for its shareholders has been a compounded 37%. Just think about that. What would that mean to every pension fund if they invested in NVIDIA as an IPO? The amount of successes we have with everybody's retirement. At the same time, BlackRock's annualized total return has been 21%. Not so bad for a financial services company, but it certainly pales. But that is just a really great indication of Jensen's leadership, the positioning of NVIDIA, and also it is a great statement about what the world believes in the future of NVIDIA. So Jensen, congratulations on that journey, and I know we have many more years of that journey ahead of us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My only regret was at the IPO, after the IPO, I wanted to buy my parents something nice. And so I sold NVIDIA stock at a valuation of $300 million. The company was at a valuation of $300 million, and I bought them a Mercedes S-Class. It is the most expensive car in the world. They regret it.
Do they still have it?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Good.
They still have it, yeah.
Good. Let me go into the subject matter now, but I just want to say, the debate on AI is about how it's going to change the world and the global economy. Today, I want to talk about how AI can add to the world economy and how AI can increasingly become a foundational technology that everyone in this room can be utilizing, enhancing our lives, enhancing the lives of everyone in the world. And we need to talk about how it's going to reshape productivity, labor, infrastructure across virtually every other sector. But importantly, how it's going to reshape the world, and how can more segments of the world benefit from AI, and how can we ensure that we have a broadening of the global economy, not a narrowing of the global economy. And I can't think of another person who has a clearer view on not just what AI is, but the infrastructure around it, the infrastructure that is necessary to build around it. And because so many of the major hyperscalers are utilizers of what NVIDIA creates, and the whole engagement around the infrastructure around AI, the potential of AI, I think we have a great voice to listen to this afternoon or this morning. So Jensen, once again, thank you. This is his first time here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and I know you have a really busy schedule, so thank you for taking that time.
I appreciate that.
So let me go right into it. Why do you believe that AI has the potential to be that significant engine of growth? And what makes this moment, this technology, different than past technology cycles?
Yeah, this is, first of all, when you think about AI and you're interacting with AI in all these different ways, ChatGPT, of course, using Gemini, of course, using Anthropic, Claude, of course, and the magical things that it could do, it's helpful to reason back to the first principles of fundamentally what is happening to the computing stack. This is a platform shift. A platform is something where applications are built on top of. And this is a platform shift like the platform shift to PCs. New applications were developed to run on a new type of computer, platform shift to the internet, a new type of computing platform, hosted all kinds of new applications, a platform shift to mobile cloud. In each and every one of these platform shifts, the computing stack was reinvented and new applications were created. This is a new platform shift in the sense that today you're using ChatGPT. It's important to understand that itself is an application, but very importantly, new applications will be built on top of ChatGPT. New applications will be built on top of Anthropic Claude, for example. And so it's a platform shift in that way. AI is really easy to understand if you realize what it can do that you could never do before. Software in the past was effectively pre-recorded. Humans would type and describe the algorithm or the recipe for the computer to execute. It was able to process structured information, meaning you've got to put the name, the address, their account number, their age, where they live. You create these structured tables that software would then go and retrieve information from. We call it SQL queries. SQL is the single most important database engine the world's ever known. Almost everything ran on SQL before now. Now we have a computer that can understand unstructured information, meaning it could look at an image and understand it. It could look at text and understand it. It's completely unstructured. It could listen to sound and understand it, understand the meaning of it, understand the structure of it, and reason about what to do about it. And so for the first time, we now have a computer that is not pre-recorded, but it's processed in real time, meaning that it's able to take the context of the circumstance, whatever the environmental information, the contextual information, and whatever information you give it, it could reason about what is the meaning of that information and reason about your intent, which could be described in a really unstructured way. You describe it however you want to describe it. We call it prompts. But you describe it however you like to describe it. And to the extent that it can understand your intention, it could perform a task for you. Now, the important thing about this is that because we're reinventing that entire computing stack, the question is, what is AI? You're asked, when you think about AI, you think about the AI models. But it's really important to understand industrially, AI is actually essentially a 5-layer cake. At the bottom is energy. AI, because it's processed in real time and it generates intelligence in real time, it needs energy to do so. Energy is the first layer. The second layer is the layer that I live in. It's chips. Chips and computing infrastructure. The next layer above it is the cloud infrastructure, the cloud services. The layer above that is the AI models. This is where most people think AI is. But don't forget that in order for those models to happen, you have to have all of the layers underneath it. But the most important layer, and this is the layer that's happening right now, the reason why last year was an incredible year, frankly, for AI, is that the AI models made so much progress that the layer above it, which is ultimately the layer that we all need to succeed, the application layer above that. And so this application layer could be in financial services, it could be in healthcare, it could be in manufacturing. This layer on top ultimately is where economic benefit will happen. But the important thing, though, because this computing platform requires all of the layers underneath it, it has started, and you guys are, everybody's seeing it right now, it has started the largest infrastructure build out in human history. We're now a few $100 billion into it.
That's it.
We're a few $100 billion into it. Larry and I, we get the opportunity to work on many projects together. There are trillions of dollars of infrastructure that needs to be built out. And it's sensible. It's sensible because all of these contexts have to be processed so that the AI, so that the models can generate the intelligence necessary to power the applications that ultimately sit on top. And so when you go back and when you reason about it layer by layer by layer, and you realize that the energy sector is now seeing extraordinary growth. The chip sector, TSMC just announced they're going to build 20 new chip plants. Foxconn working with us and Wistron and Quanta building 30 new computer plants, which then go into these AI factories. So we have chip factories, computer factories, and AI factories all being built around the world.
And memory.
And memory, right, exactly. Those chip fabs. Micron has started investing $200 billion in the United States. SK Hynix is doing incredibly. Samsung is doing incredibly. You could see that entire chip layer growing incredibly today. And now, of course, we pay a lot of attention to the model layer, but it's really exciting that the layer above them is really doing fantastically. And now, one indicator is where the VC funding going into. Last year, 2025, was one of the largest years in VC funding ever, and last year, most of the funding went to what is called AI native companies. These are companies in healthcare, the company in robotics, and company in manufacturing, financial services, all of the large industries in the world. You're seeing huge investments going in to those AI natives because for the first time, the models are good enough to build on top of.
So let's just dive a little further. Obviously, everybody, I'm sure, uses their own chatbot and getting information. So, but you're talking about the dispersion of AI is going to be the key. Let's talk about it, like, go into a little more upside ideas related to the dispersion of it in the physical world. You mentioned, obviously, that healthcare is a great example of that. But where do you see the transformational opportunities in areas like transportation or science?
Well, last year, I would say last year, I would say three major things happened in AI, in the AI technology layer, the model layer. The first one is that the models themselves started out being curious and interesting, but they hallucinated a great deal. And last year, we can all reasonably accept that these models are better grounded. They could do research. They can reason about circumstances that maybe they weren't trained on, break it down into step-by-step reasoning steps, and come up with a plan to answer your question, do your research, or perform the task. So last year we saw the evolution of language models becoming AI systems that we call agentic systems, agentic AI. The second major breakthrough is the breakthrough of open models. Several years ago, was it a year ago, DeepSeek came out?
Last year.
And DeepSeek was, a lot of people were quite concerned about it. Frankly, DeepSeek was a huge event for most of the industries, most of the companies around the world, because it's the world's first open reasoning model. Since then, a whole bunch of open reasoning models have emerged, and open models has enabled companies and industries, researchers, educators, universities, startups, to be able to use these open models to start something and create something that's domain specific or specialized for their needs. The third area that had enormous progress last year was the concept of physical intelligence, of physical AI. AI that understands not just language, but AI understands, if you will, nature. And it could be AI that understands the physical world here, AIs that understand proteins, chemicals, natural physics, for example, fluid dynamics, particle physics, quantum physics, AIs that are now learning all these different structures and different languages, if you will. Proteins is essentially a language. And so all of these AIs are now making such enormous progress that these industries, industrial companies, whether it's manufacturing or drug discovery, are really making great progress. And one of the great indicators is a partnership that we had with Lilly, that they realize now that AI has made such extraordinary progress in understanding the structure of proteins and the structure of chemicals, essentially being able to interact and talk to the proteins like we talk to ChatGPT. We're going to see some really big breakthroughs.
So all these breakthroughs raises concerns about the human element. You and I have had many conversations on this, but we need to tell the whole audience there is a huge concern that AI is going to displace jobs. And you've been arguing the opposite. Obviously, the build-out of AI, as you talked about, the biggest infrastructure build-out in history is going to occur, which
energy is creating jobs.
Yeah.
Chips industry is creating jobs. The infrastructure layer is creating jobs. Land, power, and shell. Jobs, jobs, jobs. I mean, right? It's incredible.
So let's get into that in a little more detail. So you actually believe we're going to face labor shortages. And so how do you see that AI and robotics changing the nature of work rather than eliminating it?
Yeah, there's several different ways that we could think through it. First of all, this is the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. Yep. That's going to create a lot of jobs. And it's wonderful that the jobs are related to tradecraft. We're going to have plumbers and electricians and construction and steel workers and network technicians and people who install and fit out the equipment. And all of these jobs, in the United States, we're seeing quite a significant boom in this area. Salaries have gone up, nearly doubled. Yeah. And so we're talking about six-figure salaries for people who are building chip factories or computer factories or AI factories. And we have a great shortage in that. And I'm really delighted to see so many people in so many countries really recognizing this important area. You know, everybody should be able to make a great living. You don't need to have a PhD in computer science to do so. And so I'm delighted to see that. The second thing to realize, and so we theorize about the automation of tasks and things like that, and what is the implication to jobs. You know, I'll just offer some anecdotes. These are real-world anecdotes of what has actually happened. Remember, 10 years ago, one of the first professions that everybody thought was going to get wiped out was radiology. And the reason for that was the first AI that became superhuman in capability was computer vision. And one of the largest applications of computer vision is studying scans by radiologists. Well, 10 years later, it is true that AI has now completely permeated and diffused into every aspect of radiology. And it is true that radiologists use AI to study scans now. The impact is 100%, and the impact is completely real. However, not surprisingly, I say not surprisingly, if you reason from first principles, not surprisingly, the number of radiologists have gone up.
Is that because of lack of trust or is that because the human interaction with the results of AI is a better outcome?
Exactly. The reason for that is because a radiologist, the purpose of their job is to diagnose disease, to help patients diagnose disease. That's the purpose of their job. The task of the job includes studying scans. The fact that they're able to study scans now infinitely fast allows them to spend more time with patients, diagnosing their disease, interacting with the patients, interacting with other clinicians. Well, surprisingly, also not surprisingly actually, as a result of that, the number of patients that the hospital can see has gone up. Because, you know, there are a lot of people waiting a long time to get their scans done. And so now, because the number of patients have gone up, the revenues of the hospital has gone up, they hire more radiologists. This is the same thing as happening to nurses. We're 5 million nurses short in the United States. As a result of using AI to do the charting and the transcription of the patient visits, nurses spend half of their time charting. And now they could use AI technology, and one particular company, Abridge, they're a partner of ours doing incredible work. As a result of that, the nurses could spend more time visiting patients.
Human touch.
That's right. And because you could now see more patients, and we're no longer less bottlenecked by the number of nurses, more patients could get into the hospital sooner. As a result, hospitals do better, they hire more nurses. And so, surprisingly, AI is increasing their not surprisingly, AI is increasing their productivity. As a result, the hospitals are doing better. They want to hire more people. You have too many people waiting too long to get into hospitals. And so these are two perfect examples. Now, the easiest way to think about what is the impact of AI on a particular job is to understand whether the job, what is the purpose of the job, and what is the task of the job. If you just put a camera on the two of us and just watched us, you would probably think the two of us are typists because I spend all of my time typing. And so if AI could automate so much word prediction and help us type, then we would be out of jobs. But obviously that's not our purpose. And so the question is, what is the purpose of your job? In the case of radiologists and nurses, is to care for people. And that purpose is enhanced and made more productive because the task has automated. And so to the extent that you can reason about each one of the people's purpose versus the task, I think it's a helpful framework.
Let's move this beyond the developed economies. Help me understand how AI is it to broaden the world and help the world. I read an Anthropic piece this past weekend that basically said the utilization of AI most recently is very dominant by the educated society. And they're even seeing the educated component of each society being heavily more utilized. And obviously they're using it against their own model Claude, so it may have its own biases. So how do we ensure that AI is a transformational technology, maybe like what Wi-Fi and 5G was for the emerging world? And when you intersect that, what does it mean for the emerging world? And John, how do we broaden the global economy? And two, getting back to the whole job situation with robotics and AI, there is going to be some substitution there. And there's substitution in the United States already going on. We may be creating more plumbers and electricians, but we probably need less analysts at financial institutions. Lawyers need less analysts, because they're able to accumulate the data faster. So let's just pivot on to the emerging world for a second, in the developing world. How do you see that play out?
Well, first of all, AI is infrastructure, and there's not one country in the world, I can't imagine, that you need to have AI as part of your infrastructure, because every country has its electricity, you have your roads, you should have AI as part of your infrastructure. Of course, you could always import AI, but AI is not so incredibly hard to train these days, and because there are so many open models, these open models with your local expertise, you should be able to create models that are helpful to your own country. And so I really believe that every country should get involved to build AI infrastructure, build your own AI, take advantage of your fundamental natural resource, which is your language and culture, develop your AI, continue to refine it, and have your national intelligence be part of your ecosystem. And so I think that's number one. And number two, remember, AI is super easy to use. It's the easiest software to use in history, and that's the reason why it's the fastest growing and most rapidly adopted. I mean, in just a couple of 2-3 years, it's coming up to almost a billion people. I think, first of all, Claude is incredible. Anthropic has made a huge progress, huge leap in developing Claude. Yep. We use it all over our company. The coding capability of Claude, its reasoning capability, its ability is just really incredible. And anybody who has a software company really ought to get involved and use it. On the other hand, ChatGPT is probably the most successful consumer AI in history. And its ease of use and its approachability, I think everybody should get involved. And whether it's somebody in a developing country or a student, it is very clear that it is essential to learn how to use AI, how to direct an AI, how to prompt an AI, how to manage an AI, how to guardrail the AI, evaluate the AI. These skills are no different than leading people, managing people, things that you and I do all the time. So in the future, instead of biological, carbon-based AIs, in the future we're also going to have digital versions of AIs, silicon versions of AIs, and we'll have to manage them. They're just part of our digital workforce, if you will. And so I would advocate that for the developing countries, build your infrastructure, get engaged in AI. And and recognize that AI is likely to close the technology divide.
Right.
Because it is so easy to use and so abundant and so accessible. And so, you know, I'm actually fairly optimistic about the potential of AI to lift the countries that are emerging, and for many people who haven't had computer science degree, all of you can be programmers now, you know. And so in the past we had to learn how to program a computer. Now you program a computer by saying to the computer, "How do I program you?" You know. And if you don't know how to use an AI, just go up to the AI and say, "I don't know how to use an AI. How do I use an AI?" And it would explain it to you. And you know, you say, I like to write a program to create my own website. How do I do that? And it says, it would ask you a whole bunch of questions about what kind of website you would like to build, and then write you the code. And so it is that easy to use, and that's, of course, the incredible, you know, power of AI, which is exciting.
Two quick questions, then we're going to run out of time. We're sitting here in Europe. When we were talking about a lot of companies, we mentioned a lot of U.S. companies and Asian companies. Talk to us about how AI and the success of Europe and the future of Europe can intersect, and how do you see NVIDIA play that role here in Europe?
Well, I have the benefit. NVIDIA has the benefit of working with every AI company in the world, and because we're low in the infrastructure layer, and we power AI across the board. And we power AI that are languages, their biology, their physics, their world models, and related to manufacturing and robotics. And the thing that's really quite exciting for Europe is, remember, your industrial base is so strong. The industrial manufacturing base in Europe is incredibly strong. This is your opportunity to now leap past the era of software. The United States really led the era of software. AI is software that doesn't need to write software. You don't write AI, you teach AI. And so get in early now so that you can now fuse your industrial capability, your manufacturing capability with artificial intelligence, and that brings you into the world of physical AI or robotics. You know, robotics is a once in a generation opportunity for the European nations. And whether it's, you know, well, all of the countries that I visit here, industrial base is really strong. The other thing to realize is that so much of the deep sciences are still very strong here in Europe. Right. And the deep sciences now have the benefit of applying artificial intelligence to accelerate your discovery. And so I think that it's fairly certain that you have to get serious about increasing your energy supply so that you could invest in the infrastructure layer so that you could have a rich ecosystem of artificial intelligence here in Europe.
So what I'm hearing is we're far from an AI bubble. The question is, are we investing enough? Let's turn it around, because there's so many people talking about a bubble, but the question is, what I'm hearing from you is, you know, are we investing enough to do what we need to do to broaden the global economy?
And so one good test on the AI bubble is to recognize that NVIDIA has now millions of NVIDIA GPUs in the cloud. We're in every cloud, you know, we're used everywhere. And if you try to rent an NVIDIA GPU these days, it's so incredibly hard. And the spot price of GPU rentals is going up. Not just the latest generation, but 2-generation-old GPUs. The spot price of rentals are going up. And the reason for that is because the number of AI companies that are being created, the number of companies shifting their R&D budget. Lilly is a great example. 3 years ago, most of their R&D budget, all of their R&D budget, was probably wet labs. Notice the big AI supercomputer that they've invested in, the big AI lab, increasingly that R&D budget is going to shift towards AI. And so the AI bubble comes about because the investments are large. And the investments are large because we have to build the infrastructure necessary for all of the layers of AI above it. And so I think the opportunity is really quite extraordinary. And everybody ought to get involved. Everybody ought to get engaged. We need more energy. I think that we all recognize that. We need more land power in Shell. We need more trade skill workers. And in fact, that population of workforce is so strong here in Europe.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, the United States lost that in the last 20, 30 years. But it's still incredibly strong here in Europe. It's an extraordinary opportunity you got to take advantage of. And so I would, I know that where Larry and I work, we see the investment opportunities and the investment scale is going up. The number of startups, as I mentioned earlier, that 2025, the largest investment year in VC history, over $100 billion around the world. Most of it was AI natives. And so these AI companies are building basically the application layer above. And they're going to need infrastructure. They're going to need our investment, and go build this future.
And I actually believe it's going to be a great investment for pension funds around the world to be a part of it, to grow with this AI world. And this is one of my messages as so many political leaders. We need to make sure that the average pensioner, the average saver, is a part of that growth. If they're just watching it from the sidelines, they're going to feel left out.
And we want to invest in infrastructure.
Right.
Infrastructure is a great investment opportunity. This is the single largest infrastructure build-out in human history.
Yep.
Get involved.
We're out of time. Hopefully everybody in the audience and everybody on the web streaming is seeing the power of Jensen Huang as a leader, not just a leader in technology and AI, but a leader in business, and also a leader in heart and soul, which is really important today, having that leadership from the heart and the soul. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of you for this humanitarian briefing on Sudan. We are very grateful that you took the time to join us. My name is Rania Degesh Kamara, and I am moderating this session today on Sudan. I will introduce my fantastic panel shortly, but allow me to just start with a few numbers on Sudan. Sudan today represents one of the gravest humanitarian contexts in the world. And its regional crisis, one of the worst in our time. We just hit 1,000 days on when the conflict started, so 3 years on, and we are still struggling to showcase the pain of more than 20 million who are hungry in Sudan, more than 11 million who are displaced in Sudan. It's in fact the largest displacement crisis that we have in the world today, and millions who have also crossed borders to neighboring countries and sought refuge. Malnutrition amongst women and children continues to rise, and humanitarian access is tightening as we speak. And Sudan is one of the few contexts where famine has been confirmed in El Fashir and Kadugli. Imagine famine and hunger to a point where people and children die amidst the abundance that we are sitting in the middle of. But the good news is where access is possible, humanitarian action does work. Certainly, many of our partners here will speak to how they are working and what they are seeing. And I can certainly tell you on behalf of the World Food Programme, who I work for, that we are reaching about 4 million people a month, including areas that were inaccessible just a few months ago. But it's very fragile and the gains are at risk always. Let's dig into the reality of what's happening inside Sudan and its surrounding consequences on the region, the instability that it could cause, and finally the systemic choices and collaborations that we can make to make this better. I'm joined with an amazing panel who's going to have an honest and a solution-oriented conversation. So allow me to introduce our first panelist, who is known as Haneen Ahmed. She is a Sudanese activist and a leader of the emergency response rooms. If you have not heard of the ERRs in the context of Sudan, we have a problem. They are the first responders and the ones who have held the community response to this crisis for the past 3 years. They and many other Sudanese volunteers have made the biggest difference in Sudan today. I am also delighted to be joined by Braham Saleh. Now, you should know Braham Saleh, but the reason I am delighted he joins us today is he is our new High Commissioner for Refugees. And he leads the global response to displacement. He's taken this on 3 weeks ago at a moment of unprecedented need, and I'd like to congratulate you and very, very welcome the weight that we're going to place on your shoulders moving forward, High Commissioner. My third and final panelist is David Miliband. Now, he's known publicly as the president and the CEO of the International Rescue Committee. And his leadership is maybe what is most interesting, because he challenges, he pokes, he questions, and shapes humanitarian responses across some of the most complex operations in the world. And I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Okay, question 1. Haneen. I just said numbers about Sudan, and for many people, Sudan is a crisis with a lot of numbers. But you know what the situation is like inside the country. What are you seeing that we are not seeing, Haneen?
Good afternoon, everyone. Situation is devastating on the ground. We have famine not only in Darfur, in the western area of the country, but also in Khartoum, in the capital of Sudan. People are facing famine because they are not working for more than 2 years. There is no job opportunities. situation is devastating in Kordofan right now as conflict is escalating in south, west, and north Kordofan. In Al Jazeera state, there is a health outbreak of unknown fever, and also dengue fever, many other kind of diseases. In Kassala state, there is malnutrition, there is cases of health outbreak of GBV cases as well also. In Port Sudan, and in the northern state, people are fled. So, and these states they have very weak infrastructure, so they are not able to receive these numbers of the refugees. And I want to say that emergency response room is bridging the gap right now on the ground, but unfortunately without enough resources in terms of the human resources, although we have 26,000 volunteers on the ground, but this is not enough because we are facing a problem of protection, we are facing a problem of the famine itself, volunteers are facing famine, are facing arresting and kidnapping and killing by the warring parties. And I also want to mention that people are fled outside Sudan in the neighboring countries like Chad and Egypt. Are they facing another war? There is no any kind of help that, although those countries are very generous to open their borders, receiving the Sudanese refugees, but those countries are also poor countries, so there is no enough resources to host those refugees. And I'm so sorry, the High Commissioner, to say that, but the role of the UNHCR is, and the response is too little and too late. And we are aiming to see more from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Haneen. A lot in that we don't often hear about. We hear about the hunger often, but certainly what you flag in terms of fevers and outbreaks and GBV is disheartening, and the protection concerns, including your own teams. Thank you. High Commissioner, I think Haneen has posed a direct question to you. You've just returned from Chad and Kenya, and you've seen the refugees directly. Yeah. What protection issues did you see? And certainly, what are the gaps in this response as you see it?
I visited Kenya, which houses large numbers of refugees, primarily from South Sudan. There are some Sudanese there too as well. But in Chad, I met many people who are fleeing the conflict, the carnage in Sudan. And I thought that I have read a lot about the conflict and the humanitarian toll and the consequences of this conflict, the displacement of people. I've seen many TV reports, but nothing can do justice to the scale of the humanitarian catastrophe, calamity that is unfolding. I went there to bear witness and also to report on this an ongoing humanitarian crisis. And while we must talk numbers, we're talking about 14 million people or so who have been displaced over the course of 1,000 days of this conflict. But beyond the numbers, each individual is a story, is a human life. And the people that I met in Abisha, in Farshana, and Adre, I literally met people who have just crossed the border, speak of horrors and atrocities, abuse, rape, murders, and it just, I truly heart-wrenching. In that context, I'll come to the humanitarian assistance and what needs to be done. Nothing can provide a solution to this situation. No amount of humanitarian assistance and relief can help with these people who have suffered so much. But peace and ending this conflict, and for the international community to really do what it takes. Get a ceasefire, get a political process, end this conflict. And in a way also, it speaks to some fundamental of this conflict could have been averted or could have been contained early on had there been some concerted international effort. Now the international humanitarian response is left dealing with this. In the same context, I have to say, one is humbled also by the open border policies of these neighboring countries, certainly Chad, in this case where I was visiting, and also Kenya, for them to open their borders, allow these people in, and the host communities welcoming them, the government being remarkably open. And we can talk about some of the plans that these governments are advocating and are adopting, which are also noteworthy. Of course, the humanitarian response is crucial because these provide life-saving assistance. For us as UNHCR, the issue of protection is absolutely sacrosanct. It's vital. And as they cross the border, this is where protection is provided, and we have quite an operation across the border, but also delivery of shelter, humanitarian assistance. And I will tell you, I mean, in answer to Hanin's, the level of available humanitarian assistance is nowhere what is needed. I was, I mean, if numbers that the number of 10 liters of water per day per person is available, far, far, far below what is needed for emergency level of requirement. Talking about medical support, certainly for mental health, reaches about only 16% of those who are in need of it. You're talking about shelter, 1 in every 3 families who need shelter. So I'm open about it. I mean, this crisis is happening at a time of immense cuts in the aid budget and the humanitarian assistance budget. And the host nations are also suffering terrible burdens and huge burdens. But there are also amazing initiatives that are taking place dealing with this, whether it is in collaboration with the other UN agencies. And I want to report that I have witnessed the UN collaborative effort through the RC system, humanitarian coordinator system, and the collaboration of the different agencies, whether it is WFP, whether it is UNICEF, whether UNHCR, of course, they're being in the lead with these matters, is a good way of moving forward. But again, my message to the world, this conflict has gone too long, that we need to end this conflict. International, regional, concerted efforts need to be brought to bear to end this conflict. But in the meantime, we need international support. We need assistance to people who desperately need it. And in the case of Chad, the government has adopted very progressive policies of inclusion, allowing access to legal systems, even job opportunities, and documentation, and you name it, and to integrate these displaced communities into the local economies as part of a more holistic approach is the right way to go forward, though.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. 10 liters per day for water, 3 families in a shelter, and needs continue to press as people cross the borders. Takes us straight to you, David. You've been working in Sudan and around in the region, and you have seen many crises. And suffering isn't comparable. Suffering is suffering everywhere in the world, I often say. But it would be great to get your insight on how does this crisis compare to other ones as you see it?
Well, thanks very much. It's good to be here. I think that we have to understand that the Sudan crisis is an avatar for what I would call the New World disorder. President Macron yesterday said that there are 60 conflicts going on in the world, and he's right about that. Sudan is remarkable above all for its size, 33 million people in humanitarian need. It's the top of the International Rescue Committee's emergency watch list, which is our data-driven assessment of humanitarian crises. But we also have to understand it's the largest ever recorded humanitarian crisis since records began. So it's distinguished for that reason. But I say that it's an avatar for the New World Disorder for the following reasons. First, the neglect that Bahram has rightly spoken to started when the civilian government came in 2019 to 2021 and was not properly supported by the international system. Remember, Sudan had an opportunity after 2019. It's an avatar because it's a civil war. It's a rather, it's not really the right term given the brutality there's nothing civil about the war. But it's not just a war being fought by competing power blocks inside Sudan. We have to call out that all sides, and there are more than two sides to the Sudan conflict, are supported from outside the country. It's an internationalized civil war. Every single neighbor of Sudan is on one side or another, and countries further afield into the Middle East and the Gulf are significantly involved. It's an avatar because civilian death far outstrips the killing of soldiers. So civilians are bearing the brunt of the conflict. And the absolutely grotesque levels of abuse of civilians give lie to the idea that international humanitarian law, that the writ of humanitarian law runs. It doesn't in Sudan. We have 500 International Rescue Committee staff working in Sudan. We have a significant presence in Tawila in the west. The stories of people coming out of Al-Fasher are absolutely chilling. And the survivors are in some ways the lucky ones, but the stories that they bring are absolutely horrific. I think it's also important to say that there are two other reasons why the Sudan crisis is an avatar for this new world disorder. The paralysis of diplomacy is very, very striking. And we can get into that. But also the global response is so limited. 28% of the UN appeal is funded. And in a way, funding is the easiest thing to remedy. But it seems we're turning it into the hardest. Just final point I want to make. This conflict is not static. It's the battle lines are fluid. The east of the country is more or less conflict-free at the moment, but the conflict in Darfur remains despite the fall, or subsequent to the fall in Al-Fasher, and we're especially concerned about what's happening in the Kordofans, if you like, in the middle of the country towards the South Sudan border, where there's active conflict and encircled cities that portend further horror ahead. And so I think this, the signal that we have to take is that what starts in Sudan, as Bahram very clearly demonstrated, doesn't stop in Sudan. And so there's a brilliant piece by Alex DeWaal in the latest issue of Foreign Affairs, where he says there's no such thing as a local crisis in the Horn of Africa. And I think that's a really important note to remember.
Absolutely. And thank you also, David, for your insights. Avatar is really an interesting way of characterizing the crisis and a good one that we can take forward. But there are no local crises, I would argue, in the world, actually, not just in the Horn of Africa, but especially in the Horn. Conscious of time, I'm going to ask you quickly, what do you think needs to change and who should act? Who would like to start?
I think reinvigorating diplomacy and basically bring about a peaceful end. There may be two ambitions, but basically get a ceasefire in place and allow people. And that is certainly a requirement. In the meantime, we really need to step up in terms of providing more assistance and available. And I will also say, we as UNHCR, and for that matter, the international agencies, we really need to look at improved ways of delivery and focus on sustainable responses, focus on solutions that develop self-reliance. And I've seen this in Chad, and I've seen it, of course, in Kakuma and elsewhere. I mean, the things that we've done regarding, for example, boreholes for water to irrigate land that is being cultivated by host community families, as well as refugees, is remarkable. And, you know, we should be really focused on some of these inclusion mechanisms. And certainly among the communities of refugees, you have a lot of talent, a lot of professionals, lawyers, doctors, teachers, you name them, who are there and willing to be accommodated. And by the way, the host community also is welcoming of them for the talent and for the contribution. And basically we need to focus on these areas, because with the policies of these governments, Sharika planning, Kakuma in Kenya, and what the government policies in Chad are also, as I said, allowing for inclusion, allowing, instead of just keeping people in situations of dependency on humanitarian assistance in so-called camps, that's not the way good to go forward. We have to really emphasize on those.
Same question, Haneen.
Okay. So let's address that Sudan is a neglected issue by the international community, completely neglected issue. And I want to address that it's not a civil war. It's two full men are fighting on power, and we are trying to solve it. But unfortunately, it's with international support. So we need the international community to stop the bad influence on this war. And then we can, I think we have the ability and we have the willing as Sudanese people to solve this destroying by the war. And we need kind of the food security in terms of and cash assistance with early stages negotiation and consultation for the grassroots. Also, we need to strengthen the local capacity for and support the community-led solution, like emergency response room and mutual aid groups, more localized and decolonized fund. Pay attention to those who are fled from Sudan, in Egypt, in Chad, Kenya, and Uganda as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Haneen.
Well, I think the story of Sudan's war is a story of impunity. And the only way to tackle impunity is through countervailing power. In some cases, the impunity is petty. It's about bureaucratic constraints on where UN officials can go and where they're given permissions to go by authorities. In other cases, the impunity is massive. It's the siege of cities. And it takes, there's also profiteering from the war. Let's not forget that there's economics to this conflict that is part of the story that we would go into if we had longer. It takes countervailing power to tackle impunity, and at each and every stage, I think we have to build up the forces of countervailing power to those who are either party to or profiting from what is this deadly conflict, not just for the people of Sudan, but much more widely, not least for the precedent that it sets. I also just want to flag that the geography of Sudan and its presence and its significance on the Red Sea is making it an area of significant geopolitical contestation at a regional level. And that's, I think, speaks to the need for UN leadership, both on the political front and on the humanitarian stroke development front, recognizing the differences of situation in different parts of the country, because de facto we're facing a divided Sudan at the moment.
Wow, I think you all have heard a lot about what is happening and what is possible. We are running out of time, but we would like to open the floor for questions. It's not every day that you find Haneen and our High Commissioner and David at the table. So if there are any questions, we very much welcome them. Sir.
Hi, this is my name is Saleh Marghani. I'm Sudanese and work for the private sector. And I think we've met with Mr. Milband before on efforts to help Sudan, but I think we are all recognizing this is a political issue, and without stopping the political drive, all these other efforts, I think the number of empty chairs speaks about the interest and the position that the topic is taken within the interest of everybody who's attending here or outside the word Forgotten War. What efforts we are actually doing to extend that political pressure to bring the topic to the center? Because so far, all what I'm hearing, and with my due respect to all the panelists and people who are talking about the issue, is a, I would say, camouflaged talk about the involvement, the outside involvement in the war, which without stopping the profiteers from the war, stopping the economical wheel from turning, and stopping the external drivers, stopping the hunger is an immediate need, but it will be a daily issue, and it will continue. We could be meeting, if we get more years, we could be meeting here in 30 years discussing the same topic if we're allowed the space. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. Please.
This is particularly for UNHCR. I'd like to ask you if what moves you're going to make to increase transparency of UNHCR and the costs of UNHCR. This is something that we've been pressing for a long time, and there's been very little movement.
Great. High Commissioner, would you like to start?
I think I am, as the newly appointed UNHCR, we are looking at our structures and processes, and we have a management review that we will be launching with the idea of increasing efficiency and accountability, and for sure transparency. And by that I mean the following. Of course, there are already a number of auditing requirements and processes by which my hope is that to really look for a more real-time monitoring and delivery process utilizing technology that is available out there, and I consider it to be very important because that needs to show the leadership of UNHCR, the efficiency, of course, but also donors who would like to see how their contributions are being delivered on. I mean, again, we can talk numbers about what are the efficiency rates, how much of this assistance is getting to the people intended to. My motto is that there is always room for improvement, and there are always ways that can be done. That dollar that we acquire from a donor and committed to a given project, we need to demonstrate and as real time as possible about how that is going. And we're looking, by the way, in that context, to the concept also of the UNHCR becoming a convener as well, to provide delivery of services and assistance the most cost-effective way. This should not be about institutional turf. It's about the refugees that we intend to. The UNHCR's role is absolutely crucial, central. Protection, provide emergency assistance when needed, and of course, working for durable solutions too. In that context, certainly in the context of delivery of humanitarian assistance, we should be looking and open to finding what I consider to be the best and most cost-effective ways of delivery, because I remind myself and my colleagues in the leadership of the UNHCR, we are mindful of the reality that this is assistance allocated for the people, i.e. the refugees, and that will be my commitment to you, and I think this is where UNHCR has been working on, has been developing far more responsive, far more agile processes, but there is always room for improvement, and I'm hopeful that, especially with utilization of technology, that we can do a better job at it as well.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. Right. I think we're closing in on time.
Don't want the
David.
First question to feel that it was ignored. And obviously there's a lot in it. I'd just say the following. The Trump administration did something important when they established the Quad, because they went to the heart of the issue that you're raising, which is what's the role of external actors in the conflict. And they brought together the US, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. And they issued an important statement in September. I think the duty of all of us is to say, well, what's happened since the statement in September? Where's the follow-up? Because it's the follow-up and the follow-through that's important. It's set out, that statement set out demands on all parties to the conflict and their supporters. And I think it's important that that is followed through, because since then, there's been a lot that has transgressed every conceivable human right, never mind every statement in that Quad statement. So I think it's worth saying that.
Absolutely. And thank you for your questions and responses. I have heard certain words I'm going to repeat in some. Hard to summarize these, all the reflections, but it's the largest recorded crisis, humanitarian crisis, since we started recording, is important to take away. For mothers and children who are suffering hunger and disease and shelter needs, it isn't a long-term issue, it is an immediate issue. They need assistance today, while the powers that be also are able to find the longer-term solutions. A peaceful end, as you put it, High Commissioner, is critical. But with it, we need humanitarian assistance that goes in to respond to the almost half the population that is in need today across Sudan, because there are needs in food, in cash, in health, in education, in shelter. Across the gamut, there are needs. And I really liked what you said, Haneen, about the importance of anchoring this in community solutions, in local actors, and empowering those that are able to respond. And then finally, to the regional context of this, to the generosity of neighbors who've opened borders and host communities who sometimes have less than the refugees crossing and have been incredibly hospitable and welcoming. We are extremely grateful, but the burden has to be lifted from poor families who are accommodating ones in need, and our assistance has to be lifted to cover all of them. So a massive thank you. Sudan is not a background crisis, it's a forefront crisis, and we really look forward to your voices elevating this and asking for more assistance and more peace to take us forward. Thank you once again to my esteemed panel and to WEF for hosting us today, and to those of you who made the time. Have a lovely day.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I guess we don't have enough seats today. Wow. In the last quarter century, a sitting president of the United States has come to Davos only twice. Both times it was Donald Trump. So when I asked to serve in this new role that I have, he was one of the first leaders I called and invited to return. I first met the president about 25 years ago, but I worked most closely with him during the early months of COVID. This was March 2020. Markets were under extreme stress. Some economists were warning we could be headed towards a second Great Depression. What stood out to me during the extraordinary period was a president's willingness to bring together people from governments, from business, across institutions, across perspective, to think differently, and importantly, to act decisively. That instinct to act, especially in pivotal moments, is one reason I think he values the World Economic Forum. It is a unique institution that brings together the largest combination of government officials, business leaders, technology leaders, civil society and NGO leaders, anywhere in the world for a genuine dialogue, and particularly, importantly, this year. Thankfully, this group is meeting under better economic circumstances than during the pandemic, but once again, we're facing very serious different economic conditions around the world. One of the central challenges that is impacting me is how capitalism can benefit more, and how can we broaden our global economy for greater and greater participation. That is a question where the president has shown real leadership through investing in infrastructure, reducing barriers to growth, and initiatives like the Trump account, designed to give more Americans a direct stake in the growth of the U.S. economy. As he enters the second year of his second term, we are interested in hearing his plans for 2026 and beyond, and will no doubt create more and more conversation. And that's what the forum is about, a serious conversation in the spirit of dialogue. Discussions where the world is headed, where are we going, and these discussions would be incomplete without the President of the United States, the most important leader in the world. We appreciate him here, so let me introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like, I believe, you'll see very shortly, our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good. But it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. but we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every 1 new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation. Something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing an approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China is very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit. And they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory that's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great vast wealth, great vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I've worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO. I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things. all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people, look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call. Your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going. They'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we could buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world. Because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because, yes, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it, you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about, too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses. They buy hundreds of thousands. They buy 500 houses. They can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house. They can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this just horrible precedent, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation and savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job. It's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now, Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast and people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I then realized that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. I mean, us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, 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 you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, 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 please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of... And she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up. But we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me, and they don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada, they're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good. Because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals, who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it, it's been amazing. And we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalian? They turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, you know, they're pirates. They're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over a $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution that provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're two truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what. That's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, And some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you. And we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success. And the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. And I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This was supposed to be a nice fire chat, Mr. President.
Yes, good. I got set up now. I did, though.
You made the job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. Sure. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And I called it a great achievement. But things happen. Bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side. Because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't. And that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country has ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, you know, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money too in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was as high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, you know, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, you know, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, you know, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all. And again, so big as we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem. And otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to, but, you know, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI there is fierce competition between the U.S. as the largest economy in the world 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the US-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, you know, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, "Do you think you could use a different name?" And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they were.
You're a true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, you know who taught me that? Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. He said, "Let me teach you about diplomacy." Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was like lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke, and Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, "Sir, there's one man better than me." And he introduced me to Chris. And he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we got a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. Sir, you didn't introduce me. I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the U.S. And Denmark? Because, you know, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, you know, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe, just like, you know, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything, almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think that could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, you know, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with But we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation, and it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be so. I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. You know, the United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky who wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now. I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid. So I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and the billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I mean, I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, you know, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. You know, we have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there. But that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, you know, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did. And because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think you're... but your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Señor presidente, muchísimas gracias por aceptar nuestra invitación para participar en la edición 2026 de la reunión anual del Foro Económico Mundial. Le damos de nuevo la más cordial bienvenida junto a la secretaria general de la Presidencia Argentina, Karina Milei, a los miembros de su gabinete y a los empresarios argentinos, miembros del Foro Económico Mundial. Under the reforms implemented by President Milei, Argentina's economy is undergoing a substantial transformation. The nation has transitioned from recession and hyperinflation toward a model emphasizing fiscal discipline and export-oriented growth. Despite persisting challenges, major structural reforms, including the adoption of a flexible exchange rate regime and the implementation of a fiscal responsibility plan, have produced results that were recognized by the Argentine people during the midterm elections of last year. Building on previous meetings facilitated by the World Economic Forum, both in Buenos Aires and in Davos, earlier today, President Milei and his delegation held a very successful country strategy dialogue with the participation of an important number of foreign business partners, underscoring the interest in Argentina and its path forward. At a time of accelerated complexity, fragmentation, and exponential innovation, the World Economic Forum's annual meeting serves as an impartial platform for exchanging views and ideas and for engaging a wide range of voices to challenge established views and broaden perspectives. Argentina, a G20 economy and a member of Mercosur, has a significant role to play in the contemporary world context. Señor presidente, le doy de nuevo la bienvenida y le ofrezco la palabra.
Buenas tardes a todos. Estoy aquí frente a ustedes para decirles de modo categórico que Maquiavelo ha muerto. Durante años se nos deformó el pensamiento presentándonos un falso dilema al diseñar políticas públicas donde se debía optar entre la eficiencia política en contraposición al respeto de los valores éticos y morales de Occidente. Tal como señala el profesor Jesús Huerta de Soto en su trabajo sobre eficiencia dinámica, desde dicho punto de vista, la eficiencia no es compatible con diversos esquemas de equidad o justicia, sino que surge única y exclusivamente de uno de ellos, el cual se basa en el respeto de la propiedad privada y la función empresarial. Por eso, la oposición entre las dimensiones de eficiencia y justicia es falsa y errónea. Esto es, lo justo no puede ser ineficiente, ni lo es eficiente justo. Y es que en la perspectiva del análisis dinámica, justicia y eficiencia son dos caras de la misma moneda. Sin lugar a dudas, quien anticipó esta situación con mayor claridad fue Murray Rothbard, al plantear la conexión que existe entre la concepción dinámica de la eficiencia económica y el ámbito de la ética. Rothbard consideraba imprescindible establecer previamente el marco ético adecuado que impulse la eficiencia dinámica, dado el desconocimiento que tenemos respecto de los fines, medios y funciones de utilidad que existen en la realidad. Así, para Rothbard, a lo cual adscribo, aún desde mi rol de presidente de la gran nación argentina, solo los principios éticos subyacentes en la cultura occidental pueden servir como criterio de eficiencia a la hora de tomar decisiones en materia de políticas públicas. Puesto en términos crudos, al momento de diseñarse las políticas públicas resulta inadmisible desde el punto de vista de la ética y la moral sacrificar a la justicia en el altar de la eficiencia. Esta consigna en favor de los valores no solo está por encima de la eficiencia económica, sino que aún lo está muy por encima aún más de lo que es el utilitarismo político. Así, al dejar de lado los valores éticos y morales, ello deriva en políticas que no solo son injustas, sino que además llevan al colapso, no solo en lo económico, sino también en el plano de lo social, a punto tal que podría terminar acabando con la propia civilización occidental. Por ello, en 2024, en este foro señalé que Occidente estaba en peligro. A su vez, en mi exposición del 2025, mostré que las agendas y las políticas que se venían impulsando desde los distintos organismos y foros internacionales no eran ni más ni menos que todo un conjunto de políticas socialistas, arropadas de modo elegante para engañar a personas de almas nobles y bellas, con buenas intenciones, pero con los mismos resultados catastróficos de siempre. Por eso, nunca debemos olvidar las palabras de Thomas Sowell sobre el socialismo, el cual le reconocía el mérito de que suena muy lindo, pero cuya contracara es que siempre termina mal, horriblemente mal. Sin ir más lejos y más allá de los continuos desastres causados por el socialismo durante el siglo XX, vemos los daños aberrantes causados en Venezuela, y no solo por una caída del 80% de su PIB, sino que mucho peor aún, a la luz de establecimiento de una narcodictadura sangrienta cuyos tentáculos terroristas se expandieron por todo nuestro continente americano. Por ello, hoy más que nunca, frente a la degradación ética y moral que atraviesa Occidente, fruto de haber abrazado la nueva agenda socialista, es necesario resolver y impulsar las ideas de la libertad. Sin embargo, a diferencia del modo en que se encaró en el pasado, debe estar basado en un enfoque que estaba basado en un enfoque utilitarista. Hoy la defensa del sistema capitalista de libre empresa debe estar basada en su virtud ética y moral. Esto es, como señala Israel Kirchner, los socialistas de hoy no niegan la superioridad del capitalismo en lo productivo, lo cuestionan por ser injusto. Por ello, no basta con que el sistema sea más productivo, ya que si su raíz fuera injusta, el capitalismo no merecería ser defendido. Por lo tanto, hoy les demostraré que el capitalismo de libre empresa no solo es más productivo, sino que además es el único sistema que es justo. A su vez, les demostraré que no existe dilema entre el utilitarismo político y la política basada en valores, ya que si las mismas estuvieran en conflicto, ello implica que las bases del utilitarismo político deben descartarse por injustas. Por lo tanto, esto implicará que, si queremos salir de nuestro oscuro presente, debemos volver a inspirarnos en la filosofía griega, abrazar el derecho romano y retornar a los valores judeocristianos, los cuales nos permitirá salvar a Occidente. Gran parte de los conflictos humanos surgen de una fallida interrelación entre el derecho natural y el derecho positivo. Así, el derecho natural es la ley que debe regir al ser humano porque se adecúa a su naturaleza y por lo tanto es justo en sentido universal. Es una ley común para todos los hombres porque es intrínseca a su esencia y por lo tanto inmodificable e inmutable. Por otra parte, el derecho positivo es el que redactan los hombres para seguir a su conveniencia. De este modo, cuando la ley positiva está en consonancia con la ley natural, habrá justicia. En su defecto, será legal, pero no será legítima. En función de ello, se reconocen dos derechos fundamentales: los derechos a la vida y a la libertad. El hombre nace vivo y nace libre y tiene derecho a conservar estos atributos de la naturaleza. Además, tiene derecho a que sus semejantes se lo respeten, en orden de buscar su propia felicidad, que es el fin al que tiende todo hombre. En paralelo, tenemos los derechos adquiridos, los cuales no son naturales ni tampoco son inherentes al ser humano, sino que los mismos son ganados por merecimiento u obtenidos por regalo. De este modo, el derecho fundamental a la libertad se deriva del derecho adquirido de la propiedad privada, y ello se manifiesta en que podamos libremente adquirir un bien con el fruto de nuestro trabajo o podemos recibir un bien que libremente nos den o hereden. A su vez, el derecho de propiedad, en especial por sus consecuencias dinámicas, se vincula con el principio de apropiación del otro, por lo que ahora la propiedad no solo puede derivar en una donación, regalo, herencia y o intercambio, sino que se suma a la apropiación del descubrimiento y de una creación. Finalmente, estos derechos se complementan con el principio de no agresión, el cual establece que ningún ser humano tiene derecho a ejercer agresión de ningún tipo contra otro ser humano, lo cual no solo incluye la agresión física, sino también todo tipo de coacción, coerción y o imposición bajo amenaza de uso de la fuerza. De ahí que definimos liberalismo acorde al profesor Alberto Venegas Linchijo, como el respeto irrestricto del proyecto de vida del prójimo, basado en el principio de no agresión y en defensa del derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad, cuyas instituciones son la propiedad privada, los mercados libres de intervención estatal, la competencia entendida como libre entrada y salida, la división del trabajo y la cooperación social. Naturalmente, asociado a este ordenamiento social, surge la cuestión de si el mismo es justo. Por ende, para determinar si el sistema es justo, la referencia obligada es Ulpiano, cuya premisa básica constituye las bases del derecho romano y sin duda es uno de los pilares de la civilización occidental. Así, la justicia es la constante y persistente voluntad de otorgar a cada cual su derecho, esto es, la intención de dar a cada uno lo suyo, lo que le corresponde. Sin embargo, la sentencia de Ulpiano no se quedó ahí, sino que a continuación añadió que los principios del derecho constan en vivir de modo honesto, sin causar daño a nadie y dando a cada cual lo que es suyo. Por lo tanto, de todo esto se deriva que una de las características del capitalismo de libre empresa es que es una doctrina justa. Dado el entramado institucional emergente, el cual además hemos probado que el mismo es justo, ahora es momento de probar que además es eficiente. El primer planteo al respecto fue realizado por Adam Smith, quien utilizando el argumento de la mano invisible postulaba que cada individuo persiguiendo su propio interés llevaba al máximo bienestar social. Más tarde, los neoclásicos, guiados por una idea de la mano invisible basada en el óptimo de Pareto, lograron derivar el primer axioma de la economía del bienestar, esto es, todo equilibrio competitivo es óptimo de Pareto. Sin embargo, esto implicaba abrazar una estructura matemática que dejaba abiertas las puertas a la intervención estatal, bajo las buenas intenciones de corregir los fallos de mercados, los cuales, desde mi punto de vista, no existen. Para ello, la prueba que ha desarrollado Hans Gemma Hoppe, basada en los derechos de propiedad, en línea con el principio de apropiación originaria de Locke, junto al principio de no agresión, no solo resulta satisfactoria en probar la optimalidad, sino que además no deja lugar a duda para que haya intervención. De este modo, Hoppe señala, cualquier desviación de este conjunto de reglas implica, por definición, una redistribución de títulos de propiedad y, por lo tanto, de los ingresos, desde los usuarios y contratantes de bienes hacia los no usuarios, productores y no contratantes. Por lo tanto, cualquier desviación en tal sentido implica que habrá relativamente menos apropiación originaria de recursos cuya escasez sea conocida y, por ende, habrá menos producción de nuevos bienes, menos mantenimiento de los bienes existentes y menos contratos y comercios que sean mutuamente beneficiosos. Esto, naturalmente, implica un menor estándar de vida en relación con los bienes y servicios que pasan de mano en mano. Además, el postulado que solo el primer usuario, no el último, de un bien adquiere el derecho de propiedad sobre el mismo, nos asegura que los esfuerzos productivos serán tan altos como sea posible en todo momento. A su vez, la noción de que solo la integridad física de la propiedad, no el valor de la misma, debe ser protegido garantiza que todo propietario llevará a cabo los mayores esfuerzos productivos de valor, esto es, esfuerzos para promover cambios favorables en el valor de la propiedad y para prevenir a contrarrestar cualquier cambio no favorable en el valor de la misma. Por lo tanto, cualquier desviación de estas reglas implica una reducción de esfuerzos productivos en todo momento. Nótese que al pivotear sobre la propiedad privada y no sobre funciones de exceso de demanda derivadas de ejercicio de optimización, permite alcanzar un óptimo sin la necesidad de supuestos esotéricos que luego brindan sustento a la intervención estatal. Al mismo tiempo, evita caer en el ridículo empírico del segundo teorema de la economía del bienestar que postula la independencia entre producción y distribución, como si la opción entre capitalismo y comunismo fuera neutral en términos de resultado. Por lo tanto, habiendo probado que las instituciones del capitalismo de libre empresas, sostenidas por los derechos naturales, el principio de apropiación originaria de Locke y el principio de no agresión, no solo que son justas, sino que además son eficientes, al menos en términos estáticos, es momento ahora de probar que el capitalismo de libre empresa cumple con todas estas mismas propiedades en términos dinámicos. Genofonte, ya 380 años antes de Cristo, señalaba que la economía es un saber que permite a los hombres acrecentar la hacienda mientras postulaba que la propiedad privada resultaba el vehículo más provechoso para la vida de cada cual. Luego de ello, Genofonte se ocupa del concepto de eficiencia, el cual lo aborda desde dos perspectivas. Por un lado, desde una visión estática, define como eficiente a la gestión de los recursos disponibles tendientes a evitar el despilfarro, donde además resalta el beneficio de la propiedad privada al señalar que el ojo del amo es la mejor fórmula para engordar su ganado. Por otro lado, Genofonte, en su segunda definición de eficiencia, se adentra en el terreno dinámico, señalando que, a su vez, la eficiencia implica incrementar la hacienda. Esto es, se trata de aumentar la cantidad disponible de bienes por la vía de la creatividad empresarial, esto es, por la vía del comercio y la especulación. Este último criterio de eficiencia es de importancia fundamental para el estudio del crecimiento de una economía, ya que a diferencia de un modelo estático en el que solo se contemplan lo que Robert Lucas Jr. definía como los parámetros profundos, esto es, preferencias, tecnología y dotaciones de recursos iniciales, en la esfera dinámica tanto la tecnología como las dotaciones iniciales pueden variar y de hecho lo hacen continuamente como resultado de la creatividad empresarial. Es más, un capítulo aparte obedece a la institución de la propiedad privada y que, pivoteando sobre ella, la Escuela Austríaca de Economía, desde Mises, Hayek, Rothbard, Kirchner, Hoppe hasta Jesús Huerta de Soto, han demostrado la imposibilidad del socialismo y, por ende, echando por tierra la fantasmagórica idea de John Stuart Mill que postulaba la independencia entre la producción y distribución. Una sordera académica que derivó en el socialismo y que le costó al mundo la vida de 150 millones de seres humanos, al tiempo que aquellos que lograron sobrevivir al terror lo hicieron en una absurda pobreza. Acorde a lo señalado y en línea con la segunda definición del análisis de Genofonte, la teoría económica ha identificado 4 fuentes de progreso económico. En primer lugar, tenemos la división del trabajo, la cual fue ejemplificada por Adam Smith con la fábrica de alfileres. En el fondo, se trata de un mecanismo por el cual se generan ganancias de productividad que se manifiestan como rendimientos crecientes y que, si bien su límite está delimitado por el tamaño del mercado, el tamaño del mismo se ve afectado positivamente por ello. Sin embargo, vale la pena aclarar también que este proceso virtuoso no es infinito, cuyo límite choca con la dotación de recursos iniciales. En segundo lugar, la acumulación de capital, tanto físico como humano. Respecto al capital físico, es crucial la interacción entre ahorro e inversión, poniendo de manifiesto el rol fundamental del mercado de capitales y el sistema financiero para lograr a cabo dicha intermediación. Por el lado del capital humano, el foco no debe limitarse al plano educativo, sino que también debe considerarse el desarrollo de capacidades cognitivas desde el nacimiento del ser humano, su alimentación y la salud, elementos fundamentales para poder acceder a la educación y al mercado de trabajo. En tercer lugar, tenemos el progreso tecnológico, el cual significa poder producir una mayor cantidad de bienes con la misma cantidad de recursos o producir lo mismo empleando una menor cantidad de insumos. Finalmente, tenemos el espíritu empresarial, o mejor dicho, la función empresarial, la cual, de acuerdo al profesor Huerta de Soto, constituye el principal motor del proceso de crecimiento económico, ya que si bien los 3 factores señalados son importantes, sin empresarios no habrá producción y el nivel de vida sería extremadamente precario. Donde la función empresarial no se focaliza tanto en la eficiencia de corto, sino más bien en el crecimiento de la cantidad de bienes y servicios, lo cual deriva en mayores niveles de vida. En función de todo esto, lo verdaderamente importante es expandir al máximo la frontera de posibilidad de la producción. Así, la eficiencia dinámica puede verse con la capacidad de una economía para impulsar la creatividad y la coordinación empresarial. A su vez, el criterio de eficiencia dinámica está indisolublemente unido al concepto de función empresarial, siendo esta la capacidad típicamente humana para darse cuenta de las oportunidades de ganancia que surgen en el entorno y actuando en consecuencia para aprovecharse de las mismas, haciendo que se vuelva fundamental la tarea de descubrir y crear nuevos fines y medios, impulsando una coordinación espontánea destinada a resolver los desequilibrios del mercado. Por otra parte, esta definición de eficiencia dinámica que propone Huerta de Soto combina adecuadamente y de modo coherente la idea de destrucción creativa de Schumpeter con la eficiencia adaptativa de North. Naturalmente, dado el rol de la función empresarial, son de vital importancia las instituciones bajo las cuales se desarrolla la misma. En este sentido, tanto Douglas North como Jesús Huerta de Soto ven como una función clave de las instituciones la de reducir la incertidumbre. Así, mientras North la presenta como un conjunto de restricciones ideadas por los humanos que estructuran la interacción social de un modo repetitivo, Huerta de Soto considera que estas instituciones concebidas por seres humanos emergen de un proceso de interacción social de modo espontáneo sin el diseño de una sola persona, las cuales reducen la incertidumbre del proceso de mercado. De este modo, como señala Roy Cordato, el marco institucional adecuado es el que favorezca el descubrimiento empresarial y la coordinación, por lo que en este marco la política económica debería orientarse a identificar y remover todas las trabas artificiales que dificultan el proceso empresarial y los intercambios voluntarios. En este sentido, dada la influencia determinante de las instituciones en el progreso económico, ello nos dirige la mirada hacia la importancia de la ética, ya que aquellas sociedades que adhieren a valores morales y principios éticos más sólidos en el respaldo de las instituciones serán dinámicamente más eficientes y con ello disfrutarán de una mayor prosperidad. Así, el problema ético fundamental para concebirse como la búsqueda de la mejor manera para fomentar la coordinación y la creación empresarial. Por lo tanto, en el campo de la ética social se llega a la conclusión de que la concepción del ser humano como un actor creativo y coordinador implica aceptar con carácter axiomático el principio de que todo ser humano tiene derecho a apropiarse de los resultados de su creatividad empresarial. Es decir, que la apropiación privada de los frutos de aquellos que crean y descubren los empresarios es un principio del derecho natural, porque si el actor no pudiera apropiarse de lo que crea o descubre, entonces se bloquearía su capacidad de detectar oportunidades de ganancias y desaparecería el incentivo que tiene para llevar a cabo sus acciones. En definitiva, el principio ético que acabamos de enunciar es la base fundamental ética de toda la economía de mercado. Por lo tanto, lo que acabamos de demostrar es que el capitalismo de libre empresa no solo que es justo, sino que además es eficiente y además es el que genera una mayor tasa de crecimiento. De modo, por lo tanto, dado el marco conceptual de la eficiencia dinámica y la existencia de dilemas entre eficiencia y valores éticos al momento de diseñar las políticas públicas, resulta de interés su implementación en la vida real. Más allá de los enormes logros que hemos mostrado durante esos años de gestión, extirpando un déficit fiscal de 15 puntos del PBI, bajando la inflación del 300% al 30%, reduciendo el riesgo país en 2.500 puntos básicos y haciendo crecer la economía, mientras que la pobreza bajó del 57 al 27%, llevando políticas públicas guiadas por valores éticos y morales. Me gustaría entonces hacer foco en el caso del Ministerio de Desregulación, o como lo llamamos puertas adentro, el Ministerio de los Rendimientos Crecientes. Dicho ministerio está inspirado en la evolución del PBI per cápita desde la era cristiana, el cual tiene la forma de un palo de hockey. Esta figura surge del hecho de que hasta el año 1800 el PBI per cápita es casi constante y a partir de ahí se multiplicó por 15 veces, en un contexto en el que se multiplicó por 10 el tamaño de la población. En paralelo, mientras que el PBI crecía, la pobreza extrema cayó de niveles del 95% al 10%. Sin embargo, esta maravilla implica la existencia de rendimientos crecientes, lo cual en economía se lo asocia a estructura de mercados concentrados y ahí es donde surge el dilema de política pública entre eficiencia paretiana y justicia. En el análisis paretiano, los rendimientos crecientes implican la existencia de no convexidades en el conjunto de producción, lo cual, no permite derivar funciones de beneficios que arrojen un máximo, por lo que ni la oferta de bienes ni la demanda de insumos son óptimas. Frente a ello, se propone regular a las empresas y asimilarla a un caso perfectamente competitivo. Esto es, matar los rendimientos crecientes y con ello el crecimiento económico. Si no, miren los efectos que causa la regulación en todas partes del mundo. La visión basada en los valores éticos del capitalismo señala que si a esa posición se llegó por descubrimientos, intercambios voluntarios y sin violentar el principio de no agresión, no hay motivo que justifique la intervención. De hecho, la intervención es una violación del derecho de propiedad, por lo que al castigar los beneficios, el crecimiento potencial de la economía cae. Por ende, la intervención y la regulación son dinámicamente ineficientes, por ser violentas y por ende injustas. Es por ello que desde la llegada a la Administración en 2023 hemos llevado a cabo, gracias a la ciclópea tarea del ministro Federico Sturzenegger, 13.500 reformas estructurales, las cuales hoy nos permite tener una economía más eficiente dinámicamente, lo cual nos permite volver a crecer. Esto es Make Argentina Great Again. Por ende, esto muestra lo cuestionable del análisis del óptimo Pareto. En función del mismo, muchos consideran pertinente que se regulen dichas estructuras concentradas, asimilándolas en resultados a un modelo competitivo. Sin embargo, como había señalado, ello implica matar los rendimientos crecientes, cuyo efecto colateral no deseado es el de matar el crecimiento. Nótese que bajo esta misma línea podemos abordar los temas de inteligencia artificial. En este sentido, dicho instrumento podría verse como la versión siglo XXI de la fábrica de alfileres de Adam Smith, es decir, un potenciador de rendimientos crecientes y con ello mayor crecimiento y bienestar. Por lo que lo más responsable que pueden hacer los Estados respecto al tema es dejar de fastidiar a quienes están creando un mundo mejor. Para decirlo más directamente, los políticos deben dejar de fastidiar a quienes están haciendo un mundo mejor. Al mismo tiempo, quiero señalar que todos los temores asociados a escenarios distópicos son una tontería. La respuesta es Adam Smith. El límite de los rendimientos crecientes está dado por el tamaño del mercado. Y finalmente no debemos olvidar que la puesta en marcha de la puesta en marcha de estos proyectos requiere de insumos y recursos financieros reales, por lo que la expansión estará limitada por las dotaciones iniciales. Para aquellos que estén interesados en los fundamentos teóricos de estos argumentos que estoy presentando, hoy el doctor Reidel subió a las redes justamente el trabajo que hicimos en colaboración y que desarrollamos justamente los fundamentos teóricos de esto de que regular mata el crecimiento. Es decir, la omnipotencia del Estado, las regulaciones destruyen el derecho de propiedad y eso mata los rendimientos crecientes y por ende, digamos, el crecimiento es menor. Por último, ligado a este fenomenal futuro que se avecina, resulta de vital importancia el rol del capital humano. En este sentido, en Argentina, gracias a la gestión de la ministra Sandra Petovelo, a los sectores vulnerables hemos dejado de regalarle el pescado para enseñarles a pescar y, si es posible, a motivarlos que creen su propia empresa pesquera. Finalmente, a pesar de las críticas populares, el capitalismo de libre empresa no socava los valores morales. Después de todo, el progreso económico vía el mecanismo de la mano invisible surgió de los sentimientos morales de Adam Smith y la era moderna debe su existencia a las virtudes burguesas señaladas por McCloskey. A su vez, gracias al gran trabajo de Huerta de Soto en el desarrollo del concepto de eficiencia dinámica y la puesta en práctica en Argentina, esto nos permite estar seguros que el dilema entre eficiencia y justicia es falso. Esto es, los mercados no solo son superiores desde lo productivo, sino que también son justos y que por ende las políticas públicas deben estar guiadas por la ética y no el utilitarismo, ya sea económico o político, que siempre derivan en soluciones injustas, populistas y empobrecedoras. Por lo tanto, reafirmo lo dicho al inicio de esta conferencia. Maquiavelo ha muerto, por lo tanto, es momento de enterrarlo. Es más, dado el vínculo profundo entre la moral y los mercados libres, estos últimos nos hacen mejores personas, ya que gracias a los mercados dinámicamente eficientes podemos al mismo tiempo progresar económicamente, defender la propiedad privada, mantener la paz, alcanzar la armonía social y fortalecer aquellas virtudes sociales que son indispensables para una sociedad próspera. Por último, quiero dejarles una reflexión sobre la parashá de esta semana. La parashá Bo describe ese momento en que Moisés se enfrenta al faraón, símbolo del poder opresor del Estado, para advertirle que si no liberaba al pueblo hebreo, caerían sobre Egipto las últimas 3 plagas. Ante la negativa del faraón, llegó la plaga de las langostas, la cual significa la hambruna. Luego llegó la plaga de la oscuridad, la cual significa la pérdida de claridad para la toma de decisiones. Por último, la plaga de la muerte de los primogénitos, lo cual deja de manifiesto el destino de una sociedad que niega la libertad. La analogía con lo que ocurre hoy en Occidente es tremendamente clara. Hace ya tiempo Occidente, por alguna extraña razón, comenzó a darle la espalda a las ideas de la libertad. Y por ello que en este mismo lugar, en el año 2024, afirmé que Occidente está en peligro, fruto de haber abrazado dosis crecientes de socialismo en su versión más hipócrita, que es el wokismo. A su vez, en 2025 expliqué los parásitos mentales que sembró la izquierda en la humanidad. Sin embargo, 2026 es el año en que les traigo buenas noticias. El mundo ha comenzado a despertar. La mejor prueba de ello es lo que está pasando en América con el renacer de las ideas de la libertad. Por lo tanto, América será el faro de luz que vuelva a encender a todo Occidente y con ello pagará su deuda civilizatoria con muestra de gratitud hacia sus bases en la filosofía griega, el derecho de los romanos y en los valores judeocristianos. Tenemos por delante un futuro mejor, pero ese futuro mejor existe si volvemos a las raíces de Occidente, esto es, volviendo a las ideas de la libertad. Que Dios bendiga a Occidente, que la fuerza del cielo nos acompañen y ¡viva la libertad, carajo! Muchas gracias. Filosófico. Y cumplí con el tiempo. ¿Por dónde está la escalera?